Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome to day 2 of the paradigm shift, faith, business, and AI. Day 1 is in the books and it was absolutely phenomenal. Every single speaker was absolutely phenomenal. So with no further ado, I'm going to bring up my co-host here. Megan DiMartino is in the house this morning as well with us, opening up day 2, as she did on day 1, as well as she does at every single one of these monthly events with the Royal Influencers Organization. So if you're watching this replay, you definitely subscribe, go to my actual website, and that is royalinfluencerorganization.com. And in the upper left corner, hit that subscribe button. Those of you that are on YouTube watching, whether it be live today or replay, hit the subscribe button as well there. And then we are also streaming, Megan, on Facebook. We're streaming on LinkedIn and we are streaming on YouTube as well. So we are streaming on multiple platforms here and a ton of people have been invited. I always get feedback. We were getting feedback real time, actually. I forget who was speaking. It might have been Wally Green or maybe Jose Elizondo speaking. And there were there were LinkedIn users commenting saying, this is good stuff. And they were really resonating with a lot of the value that was being shared here. So I definitely want to thank you too, Megan, for always being here and showing up. I know how busy life can be with, especially this time of the year, by the way. I'm not sure if I told you or not, or if you remember, but I tried or did. I didn't even try. I did an event in November before. And that was at the very beginning, probably a little right at 3 years ago, a little over 2.5 years ago. And I decided that I wouldn't do another event in December, but I would double up my events in maybe November and then another month of the year. And then I would take a break, a month off for December. So this time, because there was another collaboration event that was happening last month in November, and then the shutdown and the air traffic controllers being out, and they also went to reducing some of the flights because of the shutdown and things of that nature. The TSAs weren't being paid, etc. And everybody is aware of what was going on. So the Friday that I was going to be flying out is the Friday that they started removing flights. And what I did not want to do was get on a flight and then get stuck somewhere, or sitting in the airport, missing a flight and having to get up and then missing my event anyway. So I ended up watching virtually and participating virtually for that event. And I did not do an exclusive Royal Influencers Organization event for November for you guys, for the movement, for the followers of the Royal Influencers Organization. So I said, you know what? I am definitely going to do a December event this time. And the paradigm shift was my one event that I did October, I believe that was. Mm-hmm. And it was absolutely phenomenal. And today, I did mention to them in closing yesterday that I would open with scripture today. So as I was just going through some of my scriptures this morning that I normally just read through, I found this one, and I know this will resonate with you. So this is Proverbs 16:3. Commit thy works unto the Lord, and thy thoughts shall be established. So is that not fitting for the paradigm shift? Because it all starts with our thoughts. Amen. It all starts with what we're thinking. It all starts with how we're thinking of ourselves and how we think of our business. And business is biblical as well. So there's one more scripture that I came across as well. And when people can actually shift this, Ephesians 6:6-7, not with eye service as men pleasers, but as the servants of Christ, doing the will of God from the heart. That's huge. From the heart. So whenever you're creating your business and serving, whether it be in your church, whether it be in your community, and business is serving. So when they can flip the narrative from selling or sales, I need sales, or I need to sell more products, to, this is a great paradigm shift, by the way, to, I need to serve more customers. And I need to create a product or a business that will serve others. When you can switch that paradigm alone, the game will change dramatically. So I absolutely love that. And then 7, Ephesians 6:7 is with God, or with goodwill, sorry, with goodwill doing service as to the Lord and not to men. So you're serving
Mm-hmm.
through your business. You want to flip the narrative and the paradigm to not serving men, but serving through God. So I
Right.
absolutely love that. Absolutely love those too. So those were my takeaways. And that was the scripture that I found that I definitely connected to the title of the paradigm shift to faith, business, and AI. So what say you? What do you have? What do you have for us today? Excuse me.
Well, I'm going to keep in vein or the thread of what you just said,
Okay.
because again, each day builds upon itself, it evolves, the
Exactly.
EAT method. Okay.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
as you were just saying that, Ramona, just to give a thumbnail, kids, I've been in the beauty industry all my business career, fashion and beauty, but several skincare brands as a medical grade, as well as a luxury day medical wellness spa. And in
Okay.
2018, I started doing regenerative stem cell injection therapy, so to speak,
Right.
at the Novita Beauty Regenerative Wellness Clinic. Okay.
Okay.
But in 21, I was introduced to a company called LifeWave Stem
Okay.
Cell Activation. Now, what you just said there is that, and well, let me back up to yesterday. You said that you don't know many people that have brick and mortars anymore. And so, guys, we're talking about a paradigm shift and we're talking about evolving. And
Yes.
what I said to Ramona yesterday is that I know, as I know from the Lord in my spirit, that I'm evolving, and
Mm,
that time that I'm go in 2 year period, it could be less, I don't know. I'm
right.
not going to have a brick and mortar. Will I sell
Oh,
it? Will I not? Well, I'm going to always own, and this is another point, but this is another training, the
okay.
intellectual property, meaning no
Absolutely.
spot, but that's the trademark.
Right.
But that's not the point. The point is last Thanksgiving time, last
Okay.
Thanksgiving time,
Okay.
I was in my office reading an email from LifeWave,
Hmm.
and it was about a water system that turns water into energy. But that's a whole other point.
Right.
And I was saying, "Oh my goodness!" Meaning, what a paradigm shift. Okay.
Absolutely.
And so I was sitting there, Ramona and everyone, in my office, and I'm thinking to myself, wow, because mind you, I was not introducing this X39 stem cell activation patch
Right.
to anybody other than my patients that were coming and having
Okay.
therapy. Okay.
Okay. Ah, I see
Okay.
where you're going.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And so I was sitting there in my office and I just put my head back and I said, Lord, what do I do with this? I mean, I simply just asked Matthew, 7
Seven,
7,
seven.
right?
Yes.
I just
Absolutely. Receive.
merely asked and I put my head back and I heard, you're doing a disservice.
Mm,
What
that's
does that
huge.
mean? Yes. And
Wow.
I'm like, okay, what does that mean? So I had to pray on that, marinate, as I call it,
Absolutely.
speaking to the Lord. But what I recognize, guys, is that the shift was beginning to happen. So,
Absolutely.
meaning that I knew I needed to take this out into the highways and the byways,
Absolutely. Yes.
okay,
Yes. Yes.
and
Yes.
not keep it under, as the word says, a bushel, and
Yes.
illuminate it for the health
Absolutely.
and wellness for everyone, because we all
Absolutely.
have dormant stem cells. So
Absolutely.
that can be applicable to anything you're talking about, guys. I'm talking not Ramona
Absolutely.
specifically, I'm talking to the
Absolutely.
camera,
Right.
meaning
Right. Right.
anything that you're, and I don't want to use the word stuck because that's not truth,
Right.
meaning it's just evolving.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so you have to be present,
Absolutely.
and one of my favorite quotes is from Eleanor Roosevelt, and
Okay.
it's yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. God's gift to us is today.
Absolutely.
That's why they call it the present.
That's good. I love it. I love that. That is absolutely awesome. I absolutely love that you also already led us into exactly what we're also presenting, the strategy behind this paradigm shift to segment is the strategy of the EAT strategy, which is evolve is the E, A, ascend, as well as the T, which is triumph. And that those three together in itself,
Mm-hmm.
if you were able to take nothing but just those three things away, just those three principles away from these 2 days, then we have done what we have been called to do.
Exactly. Exactly. It truly is. It's evolve and attain and then triumph. And that's what
Absolutely.
I speak to in my Propel program. You know, you have to gain clarity first, courage, to build
Absolutely.
that courage muscle,
There you
then that
go.
confidence,
There you
commitment, and then compassion for yourself. And so,
Absolutely.
and with those five principles, with what evolve, attain, and then triumph,
Uh-huh.
that is it. That is start, scale, and sustain. You see.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. That's it.
Yes, because you often say, well, Megan DiMartino, she started and scaled and sustained and then sold, three
Yes, that's
sets,
it.
three, you often say that. Well, that's
Yes.
truth. That's truth. But there's a lot of history and not story, but it's stories, yes, but challenges and so forth in between all of that, you see?
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
that's where the five C's come from, because
There you go.
if you didn't have clarity, Ramona, if you did
Right.
not, you would never start. But then,
Exactly.
but then you have to build that muscle of courage to
Yes.
go forward, you know?
Absolutely.
And that,
Absolutely.
and then that confidence comes from that because you know you've withstood things. And
Absolutely.
then it's as Napoleon Hill says, burn the boats. You got to commit. You can't, because if you don't, you waffle from this to that to that,
Exactly.
and nothing
Exactly.
happens.
There you
And then you
go.
got to give yourself grace, and that's where the
Mhm.
compassion comes in, because
Absolutely.
if every step of the way, guys, and these over these last 35 almost 40 years, if
Uh-huh.
I with some of the major da-da-das that happened,
Mhm.
if I had allowed myself to say, oh my God, I can't do this anymore, I
Exactly.
wouldn't be sitting here. I would not be sitting.
Exactly. Or if you went through or went straight to that mindset after the first challenge or the
Yes.
second challenge.
Yes.
Because remember, your paradigm with your paradigm, you are forever evolving.
Yes.
Even through paradigms. The paradigm that you first started with before you even created the business, from the idea, just simply taking the idea. You
Amen.
have one particular paradigm during that period. But as you start taking the next steps and you start walking through the launch phase, and then you're faced with challenges. We were just talking with Carolyn Bell. I haven't seen her in person in years, but we worked together, as everybody knows, for 40 years ago. So it's a 40-year connection and relationship, friendship that we have here. And when she first started, after she lost her husband, she started her business. And 3 weeks, I want to say, within the first month, she woke up one morning and couldn't move her legs
Mm.
and had no idea what was going on. And she just kept trying, and she started losing it because she realized that there was something serious going on, called her daughter, and her daughter came and took her to the doctor, helped her up, and all did everything they had to do to get out of the house and to the doctor. And she never left because she needed emergency back fusion surgery.
Wow. Mhm.
So she was just telling us a little bit about that story on yesterday. And
Wow.
now she's having little issues with her blood pressure and things of that nature that she's trying to stabilize. So she's praying and fasting right now to stabilize her blood pressure. However, I say all of that to say that she had several different, and we talked about this also yesterday. She had several different phases where she was in different, she had to fight through some of those paradigms that wanted to take her back to the way that she used to operate and the
Yeah.
way that she used to make decisions and the way that she used to do things.
Right.
That she had to
Right.
realize very quickly, because here she is now with a brick and mortar business now of her own. Whereas before, years ago, we were working within brick and mortar businesses, but it was through a franchise chain. So there was somebody else at the helm and the head of those businesses, and we were just the support team that came in and supported. So now she had to take that support hat off, and now she is it. So every decision that she actually makes now, it rises in Falls, and we have Merlin Clark, who did a phenomenal job yesterday. She's blowing up the chat, by the way. She's saying good morning, Merlin Clark. So glad that you could be here to support us also. And she said, good morning, Megan. I love the hat, and I'm so happy to be aligned with people who boldly speak about their faith. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, both of them were on the prayer call this morning as well, by the way. And here is a great comment right there, Megan. God's gift to us is today. That's why they call it the present, Megan DiMartino. So they put that right there in the chat as well. So with that said, the A strategy is ascend. The A strategy is ascend. And that is also something that you always want to keep in mind is that as you are going, I'm going to bring Bobby up to join us on stage because he's the very first speaker that's coming up right after we're done. But ascend is it's vital that you are, whether you are failing at something or whether you are succeeding, it does not matter. As long as you are moving forward in an upward direction, and as long as you're putting one foot in front of the other, taking one step at a time, and truly believing, truly having faith in what you can't see yet is vital to having the T in the E strategy, which is triumph over your challenges and any types of ebbs and flows that you will have in business. So we don't know where you are right now, what season you're in your business. You could be in your winter season in your business, right? And whatever season you are in, what is important for you to remember is that faith comes by hearing. Even so, what you have to do is profess with your mouth exactly what it is that you want to see.
Amen.
Customers and clients will come. I will be successful in this business that I created. This too shall pass. Whatever challenges you're dealing with and going through and growing through at the time, this too shall pass. So that's what I definitely wanted to share today with everybody. This is just Megan DiMartino and I opening up today. But that is definitely what I wanted to share with you guys today. I did share a couple of scriptures to open up, and Proverbs 16:3 was definitely one of them. And we also went to and talked about the act of service in general through Ephesians 6 and 7. So with that said, thank you, and thank you again, Megan. We are going to go ahead and bring our very next speaker. He already popped up on stage once, but
thank you, guys.
We're going to definitely bring him back. And thank you so much, Megan, for being here.
Have a wonderful day. Be blessed, everyone.
You're quite welcome. So with that said, everybody, thank you, and thank you for being here. I see you guys over on YouTube. Thank you for taking time out of your busy day during this holiday season to show up for yourselves and for us in the Royal Influencers Organization as well. So with that said, with no further ado, we're not going to waste much more time before we bring Bobby Vincent, the confidence coach and the CEO of Free Minds Thrive and Tallow Honey Gold. So with that said, and I cannot wait to receive my samples that he has sent out this week. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and bring him up. Hello, Bobby. How are you?
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you loud and clear. Great
Beautiful.
audio. Great audio.
Beautiful.
So how are you today? Are you ready for Christmas? And how is
Oh my God.
Tallow Honey Gold going? And how is Free Minds Thrive going?
Everything's going great. Life is good. If I could just wake up every morning, I'm happy with that. Whatever happens, happens.
Absolutely. That's plenty already, right? Because
that's it.
And I'm so glad that you said that because there are so many that did it or that can't. Right?
Yep.
So thank you for mentioning that as well. So we are definitely starting every day off with gratitude. I have definitely done my gratitude today. So with that said, the title is Paradigm of this event is Paradigm Shift 2, because we did one already, which was a month ago, a little over a month ago, probably 6 weeks ago, 5 to 6 weeks ago. And that's why I wanted to do a second round, because I got quite a bit of feedback, positive feedback and takeaways. And the paradigm alone, let's break that word down in itself, because paradigm is just simply a mental programming that controls on loop everything that we do and how we do it. our behaviors, the way that we think, the way that we make decisions, anything and everything. And it was created, just for the broader listening audience, it was actually created from our environment and everybody that was in our environment, from school, the teachers that taught us in school, from home, and our parents, and how our parents handled money, how we watched them handle money, how we watched them, what they said to us about money. Like when, especially, I think every single person on this call can remember when they went into a supermarket and you were just following your mom around behind the cart. And when we got to the register, the supermarkets were very smart and strategic with the way that they set their stores up, right? They put all of the goodies right there at eye level for the children, right? And the minute you went to grab, while you were standing there bored out of your mind and your mom is unloading the cart and paying and all of that good stuff, what do you see and hear happening in supermarkets? The kids are wailing because they are picking up all of these treats and their mom is saying, what? No, you can't have that. No, put that back. No, there's no money for that, or we can't afford that. All of those little nuances, those little sayings stuck and went straight into our subconscious. And now here we are, many of us adults, right? And now we're navigating this thing called life and this thing called faith and this thing called business, which is the subtitle, Faith, Business, and AI. And we're navigating AI, speaking of which. And then we wonder why some of us cannot or find it difficult to embrace change or new things such as AI. Of course, within parameters, boundaries, and ethically, of course. But I say all of that to say, if you think of your paradigm right now that you currently have, I can guarantee you that it's different and it has changed and evolved. That's the EAT strategy, evolved, and you have ascended, as well as you have overcame and triumphed, in other words, tons of challenges from the very first day of 2025, which was the new year of the year that we're sitting in right now. You are not the same person that you were on day one of 2025. I don't know if you started Tallow Honey Gold this year or last year. Did you have it at the first of the year?
It started closer to the end of winter into spring of this year. Yeah.
Wow. So did you see yourself with the second business on January 1st, 2025?
I didn't. And I'm going to talk all about that today too. So I'm glad you asked. It's the perfect segue. But no, the short answer is no. and here's the craziest part is, 6 years ago, I never imagined I would be an entrepreneur and a business owner.
Wow.
And then, 1 year ago, I never thought that the business I decided to start full time was going to incorporate a new brand getting into skincare. Wow. And I'm going to talk all about that and how that came to be, but talk about paradigm shifts and evolving.
Yes,
you never know. You never know. And I think the short version of everything I'm going to talk about today is get ready to roll with it. Get ready to roll with it. Life is going to throw things at you. And even though you're in control of a lot of it, you also have to decide where you're going to pivot.
Absolutely. Nice tagline. Yeah. Absolutely love that. Get ready to roll with it. So there you go, Bobby. Bobby Vincent in the house, everybody. I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you do best. And then I'm going to come back up at the end. Okay.
Sounds great.
Awesome. All right. Back shortly. Bye-bye.
You got it. All right, everyone. So that was a perfect segue, as Ramona does so well, so often. It segues and bridges us right into where we need to be. And we didn't even plan that out. But the truth is that everything I'm going to talk about today is about the latest brand under my company, Free Minds Thrive, and that is Tallow Honey Gold. And I'm going to talk about it today because it was a paradigm shift in my entire business. In fact, such a paradigm shift that it is getting close to, we're approaching, just about half of all my business right now is now through my latest brand, Tallow Honey Gold. Half of all my business in a business I've been building for years is now made up of the latest brand within the business, which just started and that I never expected to be doing. In fact, as I'll get into shortly, my wife kind of didn't want me to get into this. So we'll talk about it. Not that she didn't want me to. I'll clarify that. All right, honey. If you're listening at some point in the future or live here, I will clarify that statement because that's very, very important. Don't want to misrepresent ideas here. But let's talk about it. I want to talk to you first about what exactly we're going to be going through here, so you have some idea where we're heading together today. And that is, I want to talk to you about grabbing your golden opportunities. And yes, that's a play on my Tallow Honey Gold brand, but also golden being the sort of epitome and the height of the things that you're trying to reach and the best that you can possibly get, right? I want gold, right? I don't want, I don't want copper. I don't want, I don't want any other material. I don't want wood. I want gold, man. Give me beautiful golden everything in my life, right? Gold being the best, and that's kind of an historic precedent. And so the beauty here is I never expected that Tallow Honey Gold, this brand that I'm about to explain to you, was going to be one of my golden opportunities. Never thought that that was going to be a thing. And so let's talk about the story. Let's talk a little bit about me and kind of, where we are today and how we got here. A golden story, as I will call it. And it's a golden story because it's a beautiful and magnificent thing that I'm very happy to share with all of you today. It's something I'm very excited to be talking about. And again, because it's almost making up half my business. I mean, what a beautiful thing. A 50% increase in business just by launching a new brand that I never expected to launch. Let's go. All right. So what exactly does this look like? So it is roughly 5 years ago, 5 to 6 years ago, and I decided to start a business toward the end of my career, working for a very large corporation. And this company and I, we had a long and a good run. We were making our way toward 20 years together, and it was a really, really awesome job. I loved the people I was with. I loved what I did, but let me be totally clearly honest about something. I started to lose some of that spark in that job. I started to lose the feeling. It was partly because of decisions that were being made within the company that were that were not under my authority or my influence, and so there was nothing I could do about it. The program that I was part of, it started to change and shift, and I wasn't happy about it. And so let's talk about the first thing when it comes to evolution. If you're not happy, you gotta find something else, okay? Life is very, very short, my friends. I know you all know this. I know you're well aware, and as we get older and older, we become even more keenly aware of that and more focused on that reality. But the truth is, even if you're young or older and don't realize it, man, this doesn't last forever. It just doesn't, right? So if you're really, truly, deeply unhappy with something, first try to fix it, make it right, see if it can, maybe evolve just a little bit into something better. But if not, you need a paradigm shift, not just a small evolution, but a revolution in your entire life. And that's what happened with me. So as I came to the end of this career with this company, and I said, all right, what am I going to do next? I said, let me become an entrepreneur. And I started getting into personal development. One of my passions, something I'm very, very, not only passionate about, but very, very happy to be doing. I want to use the word happiness here because I'm happy when I help people make their own lives better, right? And there's some of us out there, there's so many others that are listening to my voice right now that feel the same way. I know, because I know Ramona and I know her circle of friends and her network, and so many of us are here to help people, right? And really, if you think about it, I don't know what job there is where you're not helping people directly or indirectly. The entire economy is based on helping people. But I'm talking directly. Sit down face to face with somebody and talk them through their stuff. Help them get their mind clear, right? So it started as a coaching business, and it evolved into a coaching education business, teaching and offering classes and things. And it also spread from just helping adults to helping teenagers and children. And I loved every part of that. And at home, simultaneously as I'm building this business, we're using this homemade beef tallow and manuka honey product that I made based on, recipes online and other products that I tried, but I wasn't happy with. I wanted it to get it exactly the way that I wanted it, right? I wanted it the way that I wanted it. And my daughter, she had eczema. She still has, to this day, a little bit, but it's pretty much all gone and mostly better. We've got it under control. Anyone out there who has any kind of skin conditions like that, you know exactly what I'm talking about, especially if you have dry skin. And it's a lifelong thing that you're going to deal with very likely unless you really figure out the underlying root cause. And even in that case, sometimes there's not a root cause that you can resolve, right? So for my daughter, she went years with us putting this kind of commercial, what I now call commercial chemical junk, which is that crud that they sell in the stores as moisturizer, but it's really got a list of stuff that belongs nowhere on your skin or in your body. And yet we lather it up on ourselves. And every time I put it on my daughter's skin, I would notice that her eczema would get worse. And so I thought, well, that can't be good. I mean, if I'm putting it on there to help her, to moisturize it, to cover it, to seal it, it should be doing something. And it wasn't. So when we finally came up with our own formula, our own special formulation that worked for us, we started sharing it with family members, with relatives. And as they used it, they loved it. And I said, if I love it, if it works for my daughter, if now my wife is lathering this stuff all over her body and her face and her lips, and it's the best moisturizer she's ever used, and I love using this stuff on my dry, ashy, desert-like knees. I'm just being honest, right? Is that TMI? No, that's the truth. Let's be authentic here. I have very dry knees. Who else out there? Raise your hand. You can't really raise it because I can't see you, but raise your hand on your end anyway. You have dry knees or dry elbows or psoriasis or some kind of skin thing that just needs real moisturizing. So I found something that was amazing in this product we made for ourselves. My wife found something amazing. My mother-in-law started using it. My mom was using it. This is a real family business right here, man, because it is that family that then started telling their friends and extended family. Then I got more people asking for it. Next thing I know, I'm packaging these things up and starting to put labels on them so people know what's what. And I'm like, wait a second, did I just start another business? and that's exactly what I did. But we didn't start a separate business. We incorporated it into the brand. And I'll explain a little bit of that, in a few minutes. But the long and short of it here is I had a major shift, didn't I? I went from a business that does personal development, life coaching, education, critical thinking classes, and all sorts of things for adults, teens, kids, and mostly doing it virtual, to doing my favorite thing in the whole world, getting back in front of people in real life. Right? A lot of the business I was building was virtual, and I missed getting in front of people more and more because I think that in reality, humans crave connection, and the best connection happens in real life. There's no other way around it. I know people are telling you it's a different world, things are changing, things are not. That's why everything with COVID went virtual, and now people want to, please God, get me back together with people. I want to go on a real vacation, not a VR vacation to the virtual Bahamas, right? I don't want a virtual metaverse. I want the real world, the real sun shining on my face, a real cocktail in my hand, watching my kids running around, laughing and playing with other kids. I want real life. We crave it because real life is all that's real. The rest of it is virtual and an illusion. And so I think people really love that. And so when I started taking this brand back to people, I started doing vendor events. I started going in front of people. And I want to show you what that looks like because this is the evolution of this story. This is where I went from a business that was doing pretty well, and definitely had work to be done still to grow it, to adding a brand that took the business and just doubled it, which is pretty incredible, right? I mean, that's exactly what you want when you're a business person. So I want to show you something here. Let me switch over to this picture. You should be able to see on the screen there myself, my beautiful little girl with her favorite little doll, her little duckling, oddly enough, but she calls it Chicky, her little doll Chicky, and my beautiful wife there. And they are standing there with me at one of the very first events that I did with my new brand, Tallow Honey Gold. One of the very first events. This was one of those events where I said, let's bring the product to the people. Get in front of real people, not a virtual store on Shopify where maybe people find it through an ad or a social thing. Or I want to look people in the eye again. And I want to hand them something that we make, that we know is incredible. And I want to see the smiles on their faces. I want to see the excitement and the enthusiasm as they get that moisturizer into their skin and they realize this is the best stuff I've ever put on my skin. And I mean that when I say that, right? Under promise, over deliver. This is some of the best stuff you're ever going to put anywhere in your body. I'm telling you, it is an amazing formula. It's 4 simple ingredients. We'll get into that. This is not a sales pitch. There's a reason I'm saying this. I'm so excited that this is an actual healthy product that I can hand a person and they can directly benefit from without a conversation. That's an incredible thing. For somebody to be able to intuitively enjoy something and appreciate its value without you having to give a 20-minute sales pitch. You understand? So in coaching, right, and in education, I got to sell my classes, I got to sell my coaching. It's nice also to be getting into helping people get into intentionality, get into feeling better about themselves, get into being healthier through a product. And so I was really excited that we now had a product, right, going from a virtual brand to in-person. And again, being in front of people. That first event showed me something. It showed me that we are ready, prime time, to take this thing and expand it. So the next set of pictures here, what is that? That is on the left, my very first store, one of the biggest wins on Long Island here in New York, Cornucopia, which is a health food store that is very, very, very popular in Sayville, New York, right down on the South Shore, and in one of the probably the nicest downtown areas, in my opinion, on Long Island. I went right into that store with this early, young, budding product, and I said, I know you've got a couple of tallow products in here already. This stuff is amazing. We are a homeschooling family. My daughter's learning business in the process of watching us build this new brand. She helps me design things. She helps me do things. Can you please try the product out? So I gave them a free sample. They were not into it. They were not into it at first. Not because they didn't like it. Not because they didn't like it. They were not into it because they already had stuff. And they figured, it's just another one. Right? So I went home, talk about paradigm shifts. I went home and I actually had to think. God forbid we think, right? No, I didn't use ChatGPT. Human knowledge, human wisdom, human thinking, human creativity. I sat down and I just thought, how am I going to win these people over? I want my product in Cornucopia. I want to know that if I can get my first store to carry this product locally, I can get 100 stores to carry this product. But it's got to be a big win. Can't just be a little store, right? I want it to be a pretty big win, and this was a big win. I went back and I started talking to the woman who handles merchandising and buying. And I started making sure I always said hi to her. I showed her that I support their business and I buy stuff at their store. I would go in and she would see my daughter. She got to know us a little bit. She said, you know what? Let's do a test run. I'll take it on consignment. You give me a couple of products. Let's put it up on the shelf. Let's see how it does. We put it up. It sold out. And then they started ordering. And now they order from me. They buy it straight out. They don't do consignment anymore because the product proved itself. People love it. And the people who buy it come back and they buy more. Now we do demo days there and we get in front of customers again. And that's why am I sharing this story? What does this have to do with what we're talking about here? We're talking about paradigm shifts. I did not expect this to be something that I was doing. And yet, here I am doing it. And the best part is doing one of my favorite things to do, get in front of actual real people. The picture on the right is our product in our family's store in Bayshore, New York. That's Frank and Maria's Italian Market. If you're ever in Bayshore by the ferry, heading to Fire Island, go ahead and stop there and you'll see our product there. It does very well there as well, and now we'll be expanding as part of our big plan to get into more and more stores. You know, my goal is to more than 10x it. Grant Cardone, thank you very much, my friend. We have a minimum 10x goal. We're not going for 10x, we're going for a lot more than that. And the reason is, people try it, people love it. I don't have to say a word. I don't have to say a word. Paradigm shift, let me tell you why. Because now we're diversifying our business portfolio. We're not just a business that does one thing. We're a business that does a lot of things that are all connected. Every one of these tins, just to give you an example of something, how do I tie it into the brand, right? I don't want to make something that doesn't tie into my larger Free Minds Thrive brand. Free Minds Thrive is all about thinking more intentionally about your life, taking control, taking practical steps and health-focused steps to actually build a better life. Well, inside of every one of these tins, when you open the top, is a practical, positive, forward-looking message, human-created message, not AI-generated, that the person can look at and think about that day to perhaps do something different that day. One little change, one little difference, one step at a time, right? Sometimes we look for, I got to change my whole life, 100 million different things in one day. You're not going to stick with that. But you do one really awesome thing at a time, and you can change everything, right? Over time. And so that's what we do. We put these practical little tips inside of here. We're now offering free weekly coaching group sessions for our Talahoney Gold customers. So we're tying in the coaching, we're tying in the education and the life skills, we're tying in the confidence building into step one. Change what you're putting on your skin. Stop putting toxic chemical crap on your skin and switch to something all natural that is actually made to do what it's supposed to do, which is really moisturize your skin. If you can make that one change, you could change the way you eat. You can start to do a couple of push-ups every day. You could walk around the neighborhood for 30 minutes a day. You can start to add these one little steps at a time. But the gateway is perhaps changing what you're putting on your body, which eventually ends up in your body, right? So let's talk about a few more things. This is a really awesome pivot that I made in my business that I did not expect. This was not something I was looking for, right? I didn't think this was going to happen. And that's what I want to talk about here, because sometimes you don't expect how quickly something's going to grow in such a short amount of time, but you got to be ready for the switch up. You got to be ready for the opportunity. It started with one unscented 4-ingredient skin balm. We're now at, I think, we're getting near 10 SKUs, and every single one of them is completely in line with what we've done before, so it's all tied together. We now even offer a dog paw and nose balm for dogs, which is based on the original recipe. And what's so cool about that? This is not a business I was going to have. This was not part of the plan. But what happened? I'm going to go through a couple of quick steps in rapid fire succession, because I want to offer as much practical value in addition to my story as I possibly can in my time with you. All right, so I want to talk about creating and discovering real quick. Creating and discovering. You're either creating something where you're in full control of it, or you're discovering something that is there without you having to have created it, right? So I discover something and I'm like, wow, I didn't expect that to be there. Partly that was this business, but I also created it. It's hand in hand. I had a play in it, and so did the universe or God or whoever is playing into this journey that I happen to be on, right? So it's not entirely I gave myself up to something. There were a lot of intentional decisions I made where I had to put work in to change up, to switch up where I was putting my time and my focus. In fact, as I mentioned earlier, my wife said, why are you focusing so much on this tallow stuff, right? You're trying to build the coaching business. You're trying to add more students into your teen confidence classes. You're trying to build that and grow that. That had already proven itself successful, right? So if you can keep growing it, it'll be even more successful. And I said, yeah, you know what it is? First of all, I'm a serial entrepreneur now, so I just can't stop. Second of all, I know I can handle it, so I'm not going to burn myself out. That's really important as a business person and in life. You could take on as many things as you can take on. Just know that you can take them on. And if not, reevaluate where you're putting your time. You don't want to burn out, all right? But I knew I wouldn't burn out. I said I can do these things simultaneously, and if I miss this opportunity, I'm not going to be happy about it. I at least have to try. And when I put it out there and it started moving quickly, I said, we got something here, right? But I also discovered something that was not in my hands entirely. And that is that people intuitively love this thing. And I loved that they loved it without me having to say a word. I'm so used to pitching and marketing and selling and talking and having so many words to say. I got to convince you, right? Or give you what you need to convince yourself. Here, it's so simple. I hand somebody something and they love it. I mean, that's an awesome, sort of back and forth in the business, a nice balance between the different things that we're offering. And so paradigm shift, guys, you're going to create some of the stuff that you're doing. You're also going to discover some of this stuff. And if you're not ready for it, if you're not ready for that change and refreshing your perspective on things often, constantly viewing your business, your personal life, your relationships, everything from a different perspective, you might end up stuck on the wrong path. It's very possible. You'll meet many people in life who will tell you with an open mind and their sleeves rolled up and they're revealing all. They will say, I'm not on a good path in my life. This is not where I'm supposed to be, right? They can feel it. So you constantly have to test that out once in a while. You have to pause and say, wait a second, am I where I'm supposed to be? Take the map out, take the compass out, look around a little bit, say, well, no, wait, I want to be over there, right? Or let me at least try over there and see what it looks like. And if I don't like it, I'll come back. And that's what I had to do. I had to say, let me take some of my time in my business and let me refresh my perspective. Let me try something else. And you know what's interesting? As this brand grows, Tallow Honey Gold, so too are my other aspects of my brand. You know why? Because people are coming into this brand. They are discovering how I speak about things. They're discovering how we view life within this brand, within my family, within this certain kind of mindset. And they're finding the other things. So sometimes when you branch out, you create new ways for people to find you. So you're not really getting distracted. You're just creating more opportunities for people to get into your brand. So a paradigm shift for you could be, maybe there's other doorways you can create to pull people into what it is that you're doing without giving up on what you're doing, without getting distracted, just creating new pathways into your world. And so pay attention, stay vigilant in your business, right? But pay attention to everything in your life as well and find what works. For me, this worked, so why was I going to give it up? First, it was a couple of dozen, tens of dollars coming in each month and a couple of little sales, then a couple of $100, then thousands. Isn't that a beautiful thing? Wouldn't you love to find another way to bring more money into your business and more opportunity into your life? But you got to be open to it, right? Because if you're totally fixated and stuck on this one pathway that I imagine it must be exactly how I said it has to be, then you might find yourself stuck and missing chances to grow, missing what I'm calling here your golden opportunities. You're missing them by accident, of course, because you wouldn't do it on purpose. But remember, guys, that if you don't give yourself chances to think about new opportunities, remember that if you don't think about viewing things from different perspectives from time to time, you can't grab a golden opportunity if you can't see it. I don't mean just with your eyes, I mean with your mind. If you are not open to other possibilities and ideas outside of what you are stuck to and clung to, then you may not catch them as they arrive. And the last piece I'm going to share here, and then I'll check in with Ramona here on our time and see if we have anything we want to talk about together, is if you're a perfectionist like I am, and I am a self-admitted perfectionist, I'm telling you outright, I know it. It's a great thing, but it's also a problem. Why is it a great thing? Because we should want everything we do in our lives to be as perfect as possible, the closest to the best we can offer and the best we can create and do. At the same time, sometimes chasing perfection in an imperfect world, where we, the humans, are imperfect ourselves, the world around us is imperfect, it's perfectly imperfect, but that's a conversation for another day, seemingly contradictory statement, but that being said, it is imperfect. Things aren't going to be exactly always how you want them or how you expect them to be. So you got to be willing to just take action sometimes and see how things go. I didn't know how this business was going to play out, this new brand we've taken on. I didn't know how Tallow Honey Gold, how well it was going to do. But I said, you know what? The label at the beginning was super simple. We made a simple label for it, popped it on, and I just put it out there. Then the label got better and better, right? Then we started putting the messages inside. Then we started, making sure we got exactly the right container to put it in that was perfect. But at the beginning, I did something different than I've done my whole life. Instead of spending 6 months developing something and then seeing how it does, only to find out that I wasted all that time, I developed something great, and then I said, now let's put it out there and see what happens. And what happened was a beautiful thing. We ended up getting, a whole new avenue in our business here. And I think it proved to me, or it was a reminder at least, that don't always strive for perfect. Sometimes strive for just doing the damn thing and then paying attention to how it goes. So thank you so much, guys. I'll throw my websites up there real quick. If you want to check out what we're doing with confidence building and critical thinking for adults and teenagers, check out freemindsthrive.com. And if you want to get some of the best stuff you've ever put on your skin before on your skin, hit up tallowhoneygold.com.
Wow, wow, wow. The chat is blowing up. Everybody's hanging out on YouTube. The numbers even went up as you were speaking. And I just want to say, OMG. I mean, as you were speaking, I did a 360. I went all the way back to those days for hours that I was on those in those rooms on Clubhouse, and you came in and would sit and just take notes. And at that point, you were working your 9 to 5, and you decided to sit instead of just getting on the stage and trying to speak. I'm going to just sit and take notes, and I'm going to go home and start implementing these notes. This is valuable information here. Maybe this is the answer. That was one of your first paradigm shifts that we have identified here. And oh my goodness, look at where we are now. Wow. I remember distinctly you reaching out to me on the back channel of IG, just noticed what I was doing, started following me from Clubhouse onto my others. Again, I'm going down this list of connecting all of the dots. Did you hear how Bobby said customers who are coming in, who he's encountering and connecting with out in the marketplace, in the field, is now coming into his business, and now they're discovering exactly what else he does. It's not just the tallow honey gold product, but they are now finding out a lot more about what he offers that they can use. So he's by default building his other business, and his other business is actually growing by default, or will definitely continue growing by default as well. So his time is not necessarily being wasted. And remember, there's never anything broken, there's never anything missing, and there's never anything wasted. But he has his idea is where he started, and he has committed to walking through the entire course, doing whatever it takes. Notice he even mentioned that his wife was not really privy to it. Why don't you just focus on this? And I can guarantee you she's not suggesting that any longer. Or maybe she is.
No, she's not. She's not. She's not at all. When I started, so guys, we got to be honest with each other, right? We don't need to put. I love gold, but we don't need to put the gold trimmings on something. Let's just deal with it straight.
Well, wait. Stop right there. Right there.
Yeah.
Hold that thought. Can you slide back really quickly? And I'm going to bring Araya up to join us on stage really quickly. She's in the backstage just laughing and going. She's having herself a ball back there. She's in the chat, and the chat is also blowing up as well. Araya said, "I love Bobby."
Hey, Araya, it's been a while.
I know.
Merlin Clark said, "Wow, great value, Bobby." We have Professor Chris Amafadon in the chat as well, all the way from the UK. He's here. And he said, "Real nuggets. Thanks indeed. This is great information." And there, Bella. Everybody knows Bella. Yes, Bobby, paradigm shift. And we also have. I'm scrolling back to some awesome. I mean, they are blowing the chat. Oh, here you are. You have Trellis. Trellis is here too. She'll be speaking a little bit later. Yes, you go, Bobby. Grand triumphant transcendent Tuesday. So there you have it. They were definitely resonating. Congratulations. There's Bella saying congratulations, Bobby. So there you have it. You were getting a lot of love in the chat.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Is also sharing this with a couple of his friends. I think it's what it looks like. Sorry about that. He is putting he's actually sending it or sharing it with people in the chat as well. So thank you so much, Professor Chris Amafadon, all the way from the UK, here with us today as well. So Araya McGarry is the very next speaker, and she was in the back listening.
I'm watching on YouTube.
Oh, there you go.
Awesome. It works.
Oh, awesome.
Very cool.
So she's sitting backstage, watching on YouTube and getting ready to speak as well. So Bobby, what an absolute phenomenal product for one. If you can slide back through a couple of those photos, when you first put it on the shelf.
Yes.
And your tallow honey gold is sitting right in the middle. I was going to show someone some marketing. You are phenomenal at the way that you marketed this product. There you go. Well, you guys have to really take a look at it. I'm sure you saw it, but if you were to look at that shelf, and I shop this way, by the way. If you were to look at that, there you go, larger picture. There you go. Thank you. If you were to look at this shelf and take every label off of every product, all of the products are still there. Take every label off. Which one sticks out? It's Bobby's product. It's the way he packaged it, right? So how are you packaging yourself? Whether you have a physical product or a service, what is your paradigm around how you are packaging yourself when you show up. So if you are selling anything, and selling is simply serving. So when you can shift your paradigm there first, that you are not selling, but you're serving others through whatever you're creating, whether it be your coaching clients, whether it be whatever it is, you are serving. I read a scripture, Ephesians 6 and 7. And then I also read Proverbs 16:3. So that is the paradigm shift. From everything that you do, you need to have a paradigm shift. Who are my clients? And while I'm creating my product or my service, how am I going to create it so that it stands out in a sea of other people, in a sea of other products, in a sea of other services? So there you go. I just wanted to point that out, Bobby. Thank you, and thank you so much for your
Thank
patience.
you so much.
Always saying yes, and
Great
always
to see you, Aurea.
absolutely.
I got a question for Bobby.
Go right ahead.
Bobby, I used to do a lot of marketing with the color wheel and color analysis for marketing. And you, when you said that, Ramona, that it sticks out, you use yellow as your packaging, which ensues happiness. Did you do research on colors before you packaged it?
So I worked for Samsung Electronics before this world, and one of the things that we spent a lot of time on was what customers are looking at and stopping at and why. And as it turns out, people sometimes are a lot simpler than we want to think we are, and we like shiny objects. And so we also, ideas have been put in our head over time about different types of materials and things. So the color gold has a very particular place in our minds and in our brain. And if you see it, as Ramona said, if you look at an entire shelf where every object is mostly matte finish, earth tones, kind of muted colors, and then the light from the ceiling is shining off of my tin as you're walking by it, we are probably the most attention-grabbing item on the shelf. So,
I buy
yeah,
for packaging.
it was more that than color wheel stuff, and I happen to love black against any other color. You put purple against black, red against black, anything against black, though, the contrast and the pop is great. So it was pretty simple. But thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Great to see you.
Yeah, not to mention that I noticed it's also your branding colors. So if you look at his window right now, black and gold, that's the branding colors that he's going with. That's just kind of woven into everything that he does, pretty much, is what I noticed as well.
Everything.
So thank you so much, Bobby, for being here.
You got it. Thank you so much, Ramona.
That was absolutely phenomenal. Thank you for also weaving in the EAT strategy. The E in EAT is evolve. The A is ascend. The T is triumph. Those are the three things that we want to make sure that you test. You test and assess exactly what you're doing and how you're doing against those three things on a regular basis. So thank you. And again, Bobby.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Then now we have Maria Gary here. I am so glad that you were able to show up and come and support us and share your beautiful face with us for this holiday season. I know the holidays is your favorite time of the year with all of your Christmas trees and everything else.
Gosh, I'm on my way to the Christmas night, the lights tonight.
Oh my goodness. Are you serious? I love it.
You. It's like, yes, I will make time for that. A week before Christmas, Ramona.
I know. And Aurea was a constant. Let me tell you, when I first launched the Royal Influencers Organization, she was like, I absolutely love it. You have so many speakers, but it moves so fast. And we get in, we get out, we share value, and we absolutely love it. So she said, I want to be there and she did not miss. So she is definitely one of the ambassadors. So thank you, and thank you. Absolutely. Love you too.
Anything for you.
Oh, thank you, Aurea. So Aurea is the CEO of Get Celebritized podcast, as well as she is an Emmy Award winner, as well as she's also on the Emmy Board of Governors. I have a couple of suggestions or questions, I should say, for you, for one. My one question is, do you guys give Emmys for not just shows, but podcasts and things of that nature too?
Actually, this is the first year the podcast will actually be a category. First time.
No way.
Yes. And we're in submissions right now for 2025. And then next year, It'll be, we're doing the Emmys in May this time because
Okay.
the World Cup is going to be here in Atlanta, so it messes
Oh, yeah,
all
exactly.
up.
Wow.
So as of right now, this is the first year you can submit a podcast as a category.
No way.
Yeah,
Well,
especially a TV podcast. Especially, I think it's really good if you have that video part of it.
Yes. Video. Absolutely. Awesome. I'll give you a call. I'll give you a call about that. And we are planning an event with with Bella right here in Atlanta for next year. Okay. So I will be touching base with you for venues.
Yes.
Venue
I've
idea.
got a person to put in connection with you as well. And
I knew you would. Or I wanted to definitely pop in with the ladies again too. The Women Network. I want to pop in with them again too, because they were just a source. I mean, a source of a value and connection.
Yeah, the first of the year, January.
Absolutely. Okay, so we'll plan. We'll plan that for January. But Araya has also been a speaker on several platforms, not just Rio, but several other platforms. And she also hosts a show, if you still do or not sure, Atlanta Alive.
Oh, Atlanta Live is still there. Just did it last week. I'm actually might be starting my own show there on Atlanta Live, WATC.
Really?
We're having another meeting tomorrow.
And
they started a new podcast studio there in Norcross. So now for those people that have podcasts, they can come in and rent the studio out. And it's so professional. It's so beautifully done. So I'm getting out of this COVID inside your house stuff.
Yes.
Going to the professional studio. My first episode of Get Celebritized done in that studio will air next week on Christmas Eve.
Oh my goodness.
Facebook.
Oh, I think did you post that? I think you posted something about that, right?
I put that in the chat. My Facebook, Araya McGarry Productions. It'll be there and YouTube and everything. Plus, I get 111,000 views now on my Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV on my Get Celebritized.
Wow. Amazing.
So
I love it. So I'm going to have to definitely connect with you because I'm getting ready to launch the Royal Influencer Organization podcast as well.
I'll give you a tour of the studio.
Yes, I will come up and take a tour. Absolutely. I would love that. I would absolutely love that. So I'll need all of this information. So I'll definitely connect with you after. So
have your people call my people.
I know exactly.
I am my people. Give me a call.
And I have a couple of suggestions for podcasts too.
Okay.
To nominate.
Wonderful.
However that happens.
Nominations go in now, so they need to get it in.
Absolutely. So I'll reach out to you later today.
Yeah, do that.
Make sure we don't miss any deadlines.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sure. Awesome. So with that said, I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you do best. And then we have our next speaker already here. Angeline Moore is in the back, already ready and waiting.
And I won't be too long. I can get this.
So prompt. And thank you. The chat warriors are phenomenal. They are blowing the chat up. So we love you guys. So thank you so much. Araya McGarry, everybody.
My pleasure. Thank you, Ramona. I may take 10 minutes, so we'll keep the things rolling. I am pretty much semi-retired now. I'm not even 65. And I have worked hard all my life to get to this point where if you'd ever think about, I want to work real hard now while I'm young, 30s, 40s, 50s, because I want to retire early. I want to be able to really live my life before I get too old to live it. I want to retire at 75 or 85. Still want to work and be relevant, but work at things you love and you don't have to. You do it because you love to. And that's the season I'm in now. I do television because I love to. I teach pickleball because I love to. Yes, I get paid for everything, but it's not like, oh my gosh, I have to have a sale this week, or I have to, I'm really hustling. That part of my life I've been doing since I was 11, and now I'm in a different season. So if you're looking forward to that season, work hard now, because you can have that before you hit 60 and 65. You really can. And I've worked, burning the candle on both ends and doing everything, going everything, being everywhere and networking, just doing all the things that I promise you it will pay off. But this paradigm shift really I can relate to, because I didn't know that was called a paradigm shift. I've always thought this way. So when Ramona called me and told me about this particular topic, it's like, well, this is what I've been doing all my life. This is just, I didn't have a title on it. So let me tell you a couple of paradigm shifts, how this works and how you might already be doing this, but maybe you're just not giving into it yet. Okay. This isn't a big scientific, masterpiece. It's watch when I ask you some questions like, oh yeah, I thought that. All right, now I'm going to help you give yourself permission to succeed. So if you're ready to give yourself permission to succeed, and more importantly, permission to fail. I have spent my life failing forward to success. I didn't start my TV show knowing I'm going to win an Emmy. I started with the right goals and purpose that I want to tell good stories about nonprofits and charities. And through telling those good stories, God brought me the people I needed to take it to the next level, which opened up the door to PBS, which opened up the door to the Emmys, which put me in the running, which I never thought I'd even be in the running. It was just putting that one hand in front of the other, one foot in front of the other. But that's where the paradigm shift is going to happen. I couldn't have done that unless I had the right mindset. And I didn't know I had the right mindset. So let me just give you some of the tips. Here we go. All right. So if you feel stuck, but you know you're smart, capable, and hardworking, whatever you're watching this on, put a 1 in the chat. And I know our wonderful people are watching that. So if you feel stuck, but you know you're smart, you're capable, and you're hardworking, put a 1 in the chat wherever you are. Okay. What about if you've ever thought, I'm trying, but nothing's moving forward? Put a 2 in the chat. The good news is you're not broken. We all feel this way. We've all been stuck. We've all been in ruts. We all have been at that. Anybody that's successful will tell you, gosh, I tried for 4 years, or I tried this for 2 years, or I tried this for a month and I just couldn't get anywhere. It's okay. Because if you know what you want, you're going to keep on going. But there are shifts you need to make. And I'm constantly shifting. I don't know if it's the ADD, but I'm constantly tweaking things, saying, okay, this is working, but AI is coming into play. So maybe I need to incorporate AI. You never want to just stay stagnant. So be honest with yourself. Stuck thinking is, if you think this way, this is stuck thinking. If you're thinking, maybe later, I'll do it later, when the kids grow up, when I retire, when this job is over, when this project's over, or I'm not quite ready yet. Everybody in my industry is better than me. I'm not ready yet. I wasn't ready either. Other people have something I don't have. She has a supportive husband. She doesn't have young children. They have this. They stop comparing yourself. There is no other you. We've been down this road before. You're the only one that has your DNA, and everybody's probably comparing themselves to you, and you don't even know it. So get out there and be the best you can be. Stop comparing yourself. Because for everybody you're comparing yourself with, like, oh, they don't have small kids. I have 5 kids. There's somebody who has 5 kids, who's a single mother or a single father, that is doing what you're saying you can't do with that same situation. So get over that. And here's the big one. What if I try and I fail? Good. Fail forward to success. You know, it's either one way that doesn't work or one idea that doesn't work. And there isn't a director, producer, or Academy Award winner in the industry of the movie world that hasn't had a failure. Robin Williams had a failing movie. Anybody remember Popeye? Did he quit? No. That mean he was a bad comedian? No. One bad script, one bad movie. Who cares? I can go through the list of everyone in Hollywood that has had a movie they wish they didn't do. Big deal. Fail forward to success. Nobody will remember it but you anyway. Okay? Fear often shows up by overthinking. I love what Bobby was talking about when he was talking about perfection. Perfection and overthinking are different. You want things to be great and perfect, but don't overthink it so much that every I has to be dotted, every T crossed, everything perfect before you launch. I would never show you my first TV show interview that I did in that small little schoolhouse, just me, and I can't even remember who I did it with, but it was like, oh, probably god awful. I mean, my first one. But you could just sweep those under the rug. If anybody gets a hold of it, great. You get to see, yeah, that's where I started. Here I am now. I love showing that off. So don't worry about that. What if you failed? Great. Don't overthink it. Don't wait for permission. Don't go around and get everybody's permission. Should I, could I, can I? If you want to, go do it. When I started my TV show, I didn't ask the world, should I, could I? I said, I've got the experience. I've got the talent. I was a trained actress. It's my forte. It's my genre. Why not start hosting a TV show? Why not jump into a podcast? It's my area of expertise. It was different. I'd never done that before. Well, my philosophy is this paradigm shift. I always thought, what do I have to lose? Because my goal in life is to be totally used up when I die. To have tried everything that's relevant to my life, why not say yes to a lot of things? I find out like that, don't like that, was good at that. Ooh, I was terrible at that. Why not? You live one life. So you just put those things in your toolbox, put those things in your experience, your memory. I can say no now to a lot of things. And I could say, no, Ramona, don't ask me to do that because I'm terrible. No, That's not my thing. I'm not good at it. There's somebody else that's better at that. How do I know that? I tried and I failed. So please don't overthink. Don't wait for permission. Don't try perfection. Do excellence, but not perfection. Perfection is just there. Again, there's not a movie creator, even who created the Titanic, everything that didn't say, I wish I did that differently. I wish that scene was different. None of us notice, but the directors notice and I could have done that piece a little bit better, even if they win 10 Academy Awards. So we're always the hardest on ourselves. And finally, playing small just in case. Stop with, well, maybe let me just try. Give it your all, give it your best, and don't do just in case. What if you do succeed? So go to your chat now, wherever you're watching, and put in this. I will finally go for my big dream when, ... I dare you to go ahead and put that in the chat, wherever you're watching. I will finally give it my all and go for it when. And I hope many of you will say right now, even though I'm scared, or now, or I feel inadequate, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to feel the fear, but I'm going to do it anyway. Fear is false evidence appearing real. Anyway, all right. So put that, I can't wait to see all these chats. All right. The aha moment here is the paradigm shift is simply changing the questions you're asking yourself. This is what I've always done. Can I really do this? Is the old question. Here's your new question. If you want to write this down. I love this. What happens if I try? Which is what I said to myself, even back in my young 20s, early 30s, when I started doing Mary Kay. And I didn't like women and I didn't like makeup. It's a perfect thing for me to do. Let's do Mary Kay. All women and lots of makeup. I didn't care about either. Now I adore women. Makeup's okay. But that wasn't my driving force. Oh, I'm going to be great at that. Women and makeup. Yeah, this was nothing in my wheelhouse. But I did it because I knew they gave away free cars. And I didn't have a car. And I was sitting home at that moment in time with the young, 3 and 4-year-old. She was 3 or 4. She was right in there, my little girl. And I was being abused. And I had no car. So I was stranded all the time. And I just thought to myself, if I could have a car, I could have some independence. And there was no way I was going to afford one. No way he's ever going to get me one. So I said, well, how can I get a free car? And everybody back in the day, back in the 80s and 90s, we knew about Mary Kay's pink Cadillacs. So I thought to myself, I wonder if I could learn how to do what they do. I'm sure they all don't have college degrees and master's degrees. Maybe I could learn. That was my philosophy. And now Ramona's come along with this wonderful topic of paradigm shift. I had that back in the late 80s, early 90s, whenever. I'm not going to do that math right now. But I thought, what if I tried? And I thought, what's the worst thing going to happen to me? I'll fail and I won't win a car. But I'm not going to win the car, earn the car if I don't try. So I called up by the Yellow Pages. And I won a car within a year. And I knew less than anybody in that room. And I was being abused every single day and crying every single day as I found a way to those meetings. Everything was against me. And I had no car. So I had to walk to the mall to meet people. Yes, I know. I sound like our grandmothers. I walked to the mall barefoot in the snow. It wasn't snowing. I was in Florida. I did have to walk to the mall and talk to strangers. Who wants to do that? But I did because my goal was so big. I needed that car. I said, I don't care if I've talked to every woman in the mall. I don't care that I don't even know how to put on makeup. I'll learn. So can you learn? You can because you're here and you're learning now. You're learning in these 2 days. So your new question is, what'll happen if I try? What's the worst that can happen to me? I said the same thing when I started my TV show. And in 1 year, won the Emmy. That's the worst thing will happen. You'll be good at it. Hello. All right. Worst thing that's happened, you might be good at it. So go for it. All right. Every successful person you know and admire started unsure and afraid. Yes, the Oprahs of the world and the Pulitzer Prizers, everyone started unsure. Didn't have all the answers. They felt the fear, did it anyway. But the difference is they didn't wait for the belief. And they borrowed belief from somebody else. So don't tell me anybody is a self-made millionaire. Everybody had somebody that they either aspired to be and gave them that nudge or gave them that something. We all have somebody. I'm not saying that gives them $1 million. You don't have to be born rich. But somebody says, hey, what if I helped you do that? What if a teacher poured a little bit of belief in you in the 7th grade? Then you're not a self-made millionaire. You had somebody that poured something into you. Because I believe we all need people. And there's always somebody else to thank on that stage of success, because none of us get there all by ourselves. If nothing, thank your mom for birthing you, right? Okay. Whether she was in the picture or not, somebody gave you life. Okay. Appreciate it and live it to your best. Okay. Think of one person you admire in your industry and write that name down. And I want you to look up their story. I'm going to give you one. Many of us are in the keynote speaking, motivation speaking. I want you to, and most of us all know of Tony Robbins. I know his son real well, real sweetheart. But Tony Robbins, I want you to look up his story. Take a moment, because this story is so good. He wanted to master the human condition and psychology and really know more about that. So when he was young in his teens, he read 700 books in 7 years. He had the goal of reading a book a day. He fell short of that. Oh, fell short of a goal, Tony Robbins? He didn't read 365 books in 1 year. He read 100. Well, how many books would he have? That's a Woody Woodpecker. How many books would he have read that year if he didn't have the goal of reading a book a day? So how many of us can say we've read 700 books in 7 years? Young, in your teenagers, early 20s. And they were all on psychology, personal development, and human behavior. Because he said, I don't have a degree. I'm not going to go for the college degree and master's and be a psychologist. I want to learn that genre. And he did, and he mastered it, and he became the Tony Robbins we know today. Why not you? Why not you? Start digging into books in your genre. Start giving yourself a big goal to absorb knowledge. You're already here, so you want knowledge. So absorb it, read it, get in there. So write down your biggest admirers, who you admire that are in your industry, and start following them, reading their books, learning from them, and emulate your own DNA into your genre, into your industry. Because you could easily, I'm saying easily because easy means not complicated. You can do this. You can simply rise up to the top of your industry. Why not you? Why is it the Tony Robbins, Mel Robbins that are up there? Why is it the whoever you're saying, whoever you're admiring, why is it them? Why not you? They're human just like you, but they did different things. They thought differently. So today's your paradigm shift to think differently. Why not you? What's the worst that could happen if I fail? What do they know that I don't know? And what do they know that I could learn? Bada bang, you can do this. So fear doesn't mean to stop. It means you're stretching, you're growing, and you're right on time. So confidence comes after action. Got to take action to build the confidence. So instead of asking yourself, what if this doesn't work? Ask, what if it changes everything? What if it changes everything? So take your leap. What's one thing I've been avoid doing because it feels uncomfortable? Do it anyway. Because your action will build your momentum, and your momentum will build your belief. And I know I'm not the first one to tell you this on any of these stages. Just feel the fear, do it anyway. Fake it till you make it is not dishonest, is not disgenuine. Don't go out there letting people know that you're something you're not. That's not faking it till you make it. Fake it till you make it is feeling that fear, saying, I feel inadequate. Everybody else is better than me. Okay, I feel that, but I'm going to go do it anyway. I'm going to pretend that I'm confident because I know the more I get out there to do it, I will be confident. See the difference? Every time I get up on the stage with all these great people that I work with and I'm on stages on TV, I always feel inadequate. Even to this day, like, who am I to be on this television show? Who am I? But I have built that confidence like, I've done this 100 times now. I got this, now I can teach others. But there's always that little bit, they're better than I am. And I go, so what? The world still needs me, right? The world still needs you. Because what is better than? There's nobody better than us. There are people that are different than us. And we might be thinking, that's so good. I love the way they do that. I wish I was more like that. I wish I was funnier. I wish I was more, more poignant. I wish I was smarter. I wish I'd read 700 books. I have not read 700 books. I'm lucky if I have read 7. No, I'm not a reader. And I own it. I will watch the movie. Thank you very much. So with that, embrace who you are. Ramona, I'm done. Anytime you want to come in. I told you I'd be fast and to the point. You all can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. And I say that because I had the fears. I've done things I absolutely had no business doing, but because I wanted to and I needed to, and I had that attitude. If you could teach me, can I learn? Absolutely. So that's why we're all here teaching everybody, because if I can teach you, can you learn? Give me a yes and wherever you're watching us in the comment. If we can teach you, can you learn? Can you learn something today? And if so, what'd you learn today? Whether it was yesterday or today, what'd you learn today? One thing. And please don't get overwhelmed. Don't try to change everything and throw the baby out with the bathwater. Change one thing today. 2 things. Don't try to change it all. You're doing something right because you're here. But just change that one thing. Like, just feel the fear and do it anyway. Here you go, Ramona. Hey,
oh my goodness. Absolutely love it. Feel the fear. Do it anyway. Oh my gosh. Araya.
Yeah.
Who was that? Somebody. Okay, there you go. Merlin Clark said, hi, Araya on fire. There it is. The comments at the bottom of the screen. We have Professor Chris Amalfidon, who right here, his comment is, wow, every expert was once a nervous newbie. That was a takeaway for him. And you ask everybody to put 1s and 2s in the chat. And we have a couple of LinkedIn users. There's no name, but from LinkedIn, there's some 1s and there's a couple, 2. There's a 2. And then Professor Chris Amalfidon was also participating as well. So there you go. You were wanting to get the reaction.
I love it.
So there you have it. They are definitely resonating. They're listening. Oh, by the way, you did add your 2 links, but you put it in the private chat. So I took them and brought it over to the comment side.
Thank you.
So they're there. So, and your ticker has been going with all of your information at the bottom.
I see it. Thank you so much. Like I said, I'm not selling anything anymore, but you can watch my show. I'm going to have a new episode next week on Christmas Eve airing, and it's about the love box and how we can share more love in this world with the founder of the Love Box Foundation. She's beautiful.
Wow.
And she goes around.
Wait, I saw you getting the love box. I saw a post.
Yes. I have one for you when I see you.
Oh, thank you. Oh my goodness.
And we need this. We all woke up, today and yesterday with there's not a lot of love in this world sometimes, and we need love.
That's right. That's right.
Kindness and kind words to each other. And wait till you see how this love box works. It's amazing. And you can buy it for other people. You can give it to our troops. You can give it to people in nursing homes, hospitals, kids, just going around to schools to share love.
My goodness.
So many times on social media, we're so quick. I mean, we're not, but there's people so quick to criticize. And this is be quick to share love and kindness. And the handwritten note is like a lost art.
Absolutely, it sure is.
So next week is Christmas Eve. So watch my Facebook.
I cannot wait. I love your goodies. Every time I go up and see her, she always has goodies. I was just looking at your word, the affirmation cards from the.
Oh yes.
I was just looking through those as well. I finally got those one day when I went up to see you. I said, oh my goodness, every time I go up, I come back with a bag of goodies.
I love it. Well, I'll have to work with you. We'll take a tour of the
Absolutely,
studio.
but we have to talk. We have a lot to talk about.
Absolutely. But for everybody out there, please just believe in yourself because the world needs you. And you know Marcus Black, right?
Yes.
Marcus Black said on my show, gosh, like 2 years ago now, and I never forgot it. And this is so good for your
Oh my God, he's awesome. I love him.
He is. Love him.
I know.
He said something so profound.
Okay.
And I want you all to listen in. Are you listening in?
Yep.
One in the chat if you're listening in, wherever you are.
We're listening.
It's good. It's juicy. It's not from me. It's from Marcus Black, who I'm sure Ramona's had on.
Yes.
He said, the world is like a jigsaw puzzle. And if you ever put together a jigsaw puzzle and you painstakingly put the whole thing together, and you've got this beautiful picture, whatever it is, at the very end, you're shaking the box and there's nothing left. There's one piece missing. It could be a little piece of the sky, nothing important. Maybe it's not the steeple of the church or the nose on the puppy or something, anything. It's just a piece in the middle of nowhere, just blank. But without that piece in that puzzle is not complete. And you feel incomplete when you look at that puzzle. So that little puzzle piece is probably thinking, it doesn't need me. The whole picture's already down here.
Exactly.
It's just a piece of the sky or the grass. Nay. That puzzle is not complete without that piece. And you're that piece. We're all important in this puzzle, no matter which piece you feel you are.
Oh, that's beautiful.
We may not be the Oprah, thinking, the world needs Oprah. The world needs you as much as they need Oprah.
There you go. Oh, that's beautiful. What a way to end it. Absolutely love that. I absolutely love that you just shared that and you use Oprah as an example and you use when they're looking at other people and how successful they are and what they're doing. But there is nobody that can do what you do like you do it. You are the original.
DNA.
We're all the original. Yes. And the copy will never replace the original. Never.
Glad he broke the mold. No kidding.
Exactly. So thank you so much, Aurea. Oh my gosh.
This is wonderful. Thank you. I'll be
You
watching
brought the
everybody.
love,
Thank
you
you so
brought
much.
the value, you brought the energy. Absolutely love it. Thank you
I'm
for
watching on YouTube. I'm watching on YouTube.
Oh, awesome. Okay, thank you.
Taking it with me today.
Thank you again. And we'll
Thank
talk.
you.
We'll talk.
We
for
will.
sure. All righty. Bye-bye. Oh my goodness. So wow. How could you not have a smile on your face after that, right? After every single one of these speakers, actually. Oh my gosh. So with that said, hope you guys are taking notes because they are definitely dropping nuggets. So with that said, we have another beautiful soul coming up right now. And she is already backstage. She's been backstage for some time now already. So Angeline Moore is here, the Kingdom Sparkling Agency CEO in the house. Oh my goodness, I cannot wait to have her. How are you, love?
And hello. Good morning. How are you?
How are you?
Well,
Oh,
good
and
morning, good afternoon.
and you're wearing the sparkles.
I am
I absolutely love
too.
it. And you're sleeveless. How in the world? Oh no, you're in
Oh,
Florida.
it's cold though, so I'm just like
But you're inside. You're
trying to
inside
calm
anyway.
through. I mean, I am inside, so but
Awesome.
we're having a cold front in Florida, and anything below 70 is freezing.
It's freezing in Florida. I just told somebody that the other day. I said, I think it was yesterday. I right here on the event. I talked about that. I said, I'm from Miami, and we are tropical weather year round, right?
Yes,
We are in shorts and flip flops and bathing suits on Christmas Day. So when it drops below, like in the 60s, we're bringing out the snow coats.
Exactly.
That's cold because that's considered cold for that climate. So thank you, and thank you so much for your yes. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. My son, as like last time, wants to say hi. He was just
napping. My goodness! Hi, cutie.
We're both getting a cold, so I apologize.
Oh no, you're fine. You're absolutely fine.
Jeremiah.
Oh, hello, Jeremiah. He's adorable. So no worries at all. So thank you so much for being here. And I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you do best.
Yes. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hello again, everyone. My son Jeremiah has decided to join me on this. So thank you for being patient with me. What an absolute honor to be back here with you guys for the Paradigm Shift Part 2. Again, thank you to Ramona Rogers and the Royal Influencers Organization for continuing to create this amazing space for transformation. And if we haven't met yet,
your sound just went out. It sounds like you might have bumped the.
Hello?
Yeah. Oh, you're back now. You're back now. Okay.
Jeremiah is.
Okay, no worries.
Being Jeremiah, I'm so sorry. Okay, baby. Mommy's speaking. Okay, we're talking. All right, say hi to everyone. So if we haven't met yet, and before my son cut me off, I am Angeline Moore. I'm the Kingdom Systems Architect, founder of the Kingdom Sparkle Agency. I'm a Lifeway brand partner. As you can see, I'm a mom of 4. I'm a speaker and your faith forward growth strategist. And last time we talked about the divine shift that happens when you stop coasting and start accelerating in Q4. And today I'm really excited because we are going to go deeper, because breakthrough doesn't come from surface work, it comes from strategy. And I loved what Ramona was sharing during this Paradigm Shift 2, Part 2. And we're just going to be shifting gears here. We're preparing a table. I love the acronym she used. And so once you can feast at it physically, spiritually, and financially on everything, okay? So we're going to welcome the EAT strategy, like she's been talking about with all her speakers, and her whole theme for this summit, and I just love it. So we're going to talk about evolve, ascend, and triumph. So let's get started with the E, the evolve. Evolution, right, is not always glamorous. As you can see, I try to glam it up, and then I have my 16 month that comes around, and I always have to shift and pivot sometimes. Sometimes it's messy, it's uncomfortable, but it's also what I found is what I call it's also holy, y'all. There was a moment in my own evolution, and maybe you can relate with me, but I realized I was doing life, business, and even ministry on autopilot. I had my systems, but I had no soul in them. I had my vision, but really no vessel to carry it. And God told me, if you don't evolve, you'll expire in that last version of you. Let me say that again in case his noise caught it. If you don't evolve, you'll expire in the last version of you. And that was my wake-up call. And so I began to evolve. And through that, I did it through healing from I had a diagnosis of fibroids and fatigue. And that's when I started my LifeWave journey. And I have this X39 patch, this incredible patch that I wear daily. And literally, whatever ailment you have, I've got a patch for that. And when I started it, it really shifted my energy. It shifted my whole being because it reactivates the stem cells. And I just love how it is just so simple and it's non-dermal. So you're not putting anything in your body. You're just activating what already God gave you, right? Yeah. I started patching my sister, who I am a health surrogate for, and she has been struggling and going through. She was diagnosed with a brain tumor last year in July, and she's had surgery and stuff, but it's impacted her behavioral and her mental. And since I started patching her, her physical body has been changing. She's starting to regain a lot of her memory strength, because she has like pseudo dementia is what they've diagnosed now. And then my husband, at the time of this one being born, we had a crazy birth story for him, because he had a horrific tragedy, almost near-death experience where he broke his elbow and his shoulder. So he has residual pain from those. He had 10-hour surgeries on both the shoulder and elbow, and patching has shifted all of that from healing from all of this and saying yes to wellness without compromise, and letting go of outdated mindsets and systems and strategies that no longer served who I was becoming, you guys. So my question to you in all of that is, where are you being invited to evolve? Because evolution is the bridge between where you are and where you're called to be. Okay. And if I didn't evolve, if my husband didn't evolve into accepting, sometimes he thinks that, the things I introduced him to is so crazy. But with that evolution, we get to the next top of ascending, right? Shift from operating to obeying. So when we talk about ascension, it means you don't just elevate, you come up higher in wisdom, obedience, and alignment. And for me, this meant shifting from trying to make my business work in my strength to really surrendering it to what God was building through me. Right? Yes, baby. Mama did that. And I began applying this to every area of my business. I stopped over functioning and started automating. I stopped guessing and started using AI tools with discernment, because there's so many AI tools out there, y'all, but they're powerful. So don't be scared of them. I stopped hustling and I started hosting Holy Spirit strategy sessions. And that's where, my KSA systems came alive. And I used the KSA systems, which are built and powered by Go High Level, is the platform that we have in. I built.
Okay, your microphone went out one more time. There you go.
He loves pushing the button.
I know, exactly.
So I was able to ascend above the chaos, y'all. So with that, in the KSA systems, I had a CRM with built-in AI. I had smart workflows and nurture sequences, funnels, SMS campaigns, content templates, and automations. And the best part, it's infused with kingdom strategy. Because ascension is when your tools finally match your anointing. That's what I truly believe. And that's adding to that different powerful tools like ChatGPT for your content creation, Descript for editing your videos and your podcast. We talked about Araya loves doing the podcast, and Ramona is going to launch her podcast soon. So Descript is a powerful tool to use that. Canva Magic Write is for visual storytelling. So use AI not as a replacement, but as a revolution multiplier. That's what I truly believe when it comes to ascending. So finally, let's step into T for triumph. Yes, T for triumph. And the truth is, y'all, you don't win by waiting. Wait, you have to wait though. You don't win by waiting. You triumph by trusting, by building, by taking that one scary step, the one scary step. And I didn't step into triumph after I had everything figured out, you guys. I stepped in while I was still healing, still learning, still patching, and together the systems and the purpose brought me to the triumph. And the triumph is not about perfection, right? Like, it's not about me not having my little man here when I'm trying. I thought he was napping, but now here I am with to me all about it. It's really about partnership with God. So when you bring your wellness, your systems, your strategy, and your surrendered heart into alignment, you become unstoppable. Okay? Triumph is your body's aligned. Thank you, Lifelines. Your business automated. Thank you, KFA. Your heart postured and expectancy. Thank you, Lord. So let me ask you, are you building for applause or for impact? Are you chasing income or are you stepping into kingdom wealth? Are you surviving the quarter of steward or are you stewarding the call? Triumph is already inside of you. And today is about unlocking. So I want you to seal this with a declaration. Yes, we're going to say a declaration and repeat after me or replay this later when you're watching. But I want to declare this with y'all today. Father, thank you for every woman and man, every builder, every visionary under the sound of my voice. Today, we choose to evolve beyond what we've known, to ascend into what you are revealing, and to triumph not by might, but by your spirit. Let strategy align with surrender. Let faith meet flow, and let systems support the spark you've planted in us. In Jesus' name, amen. And I invite you to get your VIP tool, Sparkle Toolkit. For everybody watching the Royal Influencer, you can go to theangelinemoore.com and get that. If you're interested in a LifeWave activation stem cell pack, it's non-dermal, you can go to theangelinemoore.com/patch, and I can get you more information about that. So you can say yes to wellness and really watch what God does with your body and your business. And if you're ready to eat, EAT, evolve, ascend, and triumph, automate, align, and ascend inside your own systems that are internally and externally supporting you. This is your paradigm shift. So let's feast on faith, strategy, and sustainable victory. He is done with me talking. Ramona, I hope y'all were able to hear me.
Wow. Let me say this. Let me just say this. Let me give you your flowers for one.
Aw,
Because but this is the epitome of what it looks like and what it means to be a business owner or an entrepreneur so that you can be at home with the babies, taking care of them while you work. And I absolutely love you didn't even hesitate to say yes again, even though you were very upset the last time that you spoke. And you know that I had later on, I don't know if you missed it or not, but later on, I was actually at my daughter's when I did the last one. And
Yeah.
I was watching my granddaughter, and she got upset later on too. So it was towards the end, thank God. But so I absolutely love though the way that you maintained your patience throughout the entire thing. Last time and this time, it shows the deep resilience that you have for showing up for one, even though you knew that he probably would wake up and we were running a little bit behind. So he throughout his nap, you probably had planned it to have him napping while you spoke. I understand. Trust me. Trust me, but we were running a little bit behind.
I tried to time it right.
Of course, every mother does. However, with children, there is no timing, right? We already know that. But
I appreciate you letting me be on here, though.
Exactly. He wanted to talk with you, so absolutely. However, you shared a lot of major value. AI should be used. It's a revolution multiplier. Right? AI is a revolution multiplier. Ascending is coming up higher, and I had my systems, but I had no soul in them. That was absolutely powerful. So I love the way that you walked through how you had to shift all of your paradigms. And you're doing a lot. You have 4 kids already, and you are your sister's caregiver. I didn't miss that. You are also your sister's caregiver that has been diagnosed with a form of dementia. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, so she got this rare brain tumor last year, and we've been going through a year of healing and after her surgery and everything, and trying the different she's on these 2 chemo pills that aren't supposed to, because it's not cancerous, but it's just been really weird. And so we finally got into a neurologist, and he said that she has pseudo dementia, because like her memory still, we thought, would kind of come back. Like it's the trigger of her getting lost and not remembering things, and her short-term memory were what triggered us to kind of see what was going on in the first place. And she still has trouble, even like I call her and then hang up and call back, and she doesn't remember us talking. So it's interesting because she's so young. So it's been a battle of trying to get her the right help, because she's like, they're all like, well, she's not 65, 85 or older.
Exactly. Wow.
It's been, the healthcare system is kind of crazy. I'm learning.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow.
So it's been a fun ride, but when I found LifeWave and I started patching her, it's been a night and day difference. Like even her doctor was saying
through the LifeWave patches.
Yeah, she looks even the doctor. So I'm waiting for her lab work, because they do lab work differently.
Okay.
But I'm waiting to see what her labs look like, because I've heard testimonies that have been life changing.
Wow.
But her physical appearance, her doctors even say, "Wow, you physically look better." And she feels it. And she, will tell me, she'll call me. She's like, "I'm out of patches. I need to patch."
Oh my goodness. Okay.
She can notice a difference in herself. Like she used to have a lot of aches and pains because as a CNA, she worked as a CNA. She lifted, 150 pounds over her weight, because she moved the patients.
Right.
She used to have that strength. And since she's been home for the year and not being able to really physically move or do much, her body's, I don't know what they call it, atrophy or something, like muscle
atrophy. Exactly. When you're not using your limbs or your muscles.
So she started having more physical body pains when she did simple movements. Wow. And since I patched her, she's like, "Oh no, she's like, I don't have those anymore." She's like, "I'm sleeping better." So it doesn't impact her medications that she's taking.
Okay.
But it's been really life changing. And then my niece, because she's 19 and I started patching her. She was diagnosed with schizophrenia, but she started not feeling well. And I'm like, I don't know. Sorry, we don't have time. I know you're running behind. But
you're fine. We have time built in. There was the other speaker that she couldn't get away for a break. She's working. Okay. She's at work. She couldn't get away for a break as she thought.
Okay.
Yeah, I picked up. So we have time. You're good.
Okay, cool. Okay. So I didn't want to go too off, but she was she just got released from the hospital, and they told her that she was falsely diagnosed. And I truly believe that the patches helped create her body to be better, so that when she was taking these medications that she should have never been on,
right,
her body was reacting to force her to go to the hospital, to get the doctors to really say, "No, you should have never been on these medications."
Oh, wow.
Now she feels so much better.
Wow.
And, they're getting her regulated on the right, regimen and stuff, but I'm continuing to patch her because it's non-dermal. So it's like, this is there's so many testimonies. I know Megan DiMartino has shared about it before.
Actually, she did it. Actually, she did it today. So you can feel free to share. Feel free to share. And look, there's a message. There are a couple of messages for you here. Multitasking of motherhood versus speaking without losing talking point.
Thank you.
So he has noticed how you are managing. And then he also said, wow, the most skillful multitasking talk ever for juggling many balls live.
That's nice though. We have to do that, like especially motherhood, like even the men, like my husband, you know,
you're giving them a peep. No, typically they're out of the house at work, right? They have no idea. And if they had to do it, they probably wouldn't be as successful. They wouldn't be able to juggle as many. So he definitely has noticed how many
Thank you, Professor Chris. I appreciate that.
And you still delivered a lot of major value. There was a lot of value in your talk and your speech that you just shared. So I definitely took notes and wanted to just point that out. So LifeWave, tell everyone a little bit more about LifeWave and the patches. I have heard all of the testimonials. Megan has sent me videos and things of that nature as well. So tell everyone a little bit more about.
It's so simple. Dr. David Schmidt created it about 20 years ago, and it's a non-dermal patch. Like I'm wearing it right now. It's the size of a quarter, and it's non-dermal. And you literally whatever ailment you have. I always tell everybody I've got a patch for that. You know, they're like, "Oh, I got an app for that."
Yes.
No, I've got a patch for that. Like
exactly.
If you're having trouble sleeping, I have Sleep Nights patch for you. If you have some energy needs, I have some energy enhancer for you.
Oh, wow.
Skincare, I have an Elevata skincare patch for you. And it's all supporting of the X39. The X39 is what reactivates your stem cells because our body is made up of stem cells, okay?
Right,
and as we get older, when we reach 30, 40, right, our stem cells start becoming dormant. Okay. And so it's not like they go away, they're just dormant. They start going to sleep, and that's why we start aging. We start having all these aches and pains once we hit a certain threshold. Like I'm 40 this year. So we talk about that hill. I never believed it. Remember?
Right.
Oh, here's that hill.
Wow.
And what I found is that it's so simple. So I've been on this journey even before I found LifeWave and Megan introduced it to me. I've been on this journey of trying to find more holistic stuff for my family because there's so many toxins that we are introduced to. There's so many things that we're told, take this, drink this, use this supplement. And when I found these patches, that I found that it doesn't do anything but reactivate your stem cells that are within you. And I'm such a faith forward in everything I do. I give it to God. He is my CEO. He is my business partner. And what I have to do, there you go. Like I pause and now I patch. I love that. I know. So my kids, when they have ailments, like when he's giving me a little trouble, I'm not scared to put on these Sleep Nights and help him kind of relax.
Exactly.
Triggers your own natural I don't know the science behind it. I'm still learning the science behind it, but it triggers your natural light and stem cells and polypeptides to do this special biomodulation that gives you exactly what God created you for. So
Awesome. Absolutely amazing. So how can they get a hold of you if they were interested? For one, in getting automation in their business or implementing and integrating AI tools in their business, or how do they get a hold of you for the patches?
Yes. So just go to theangelamoore.com and you can find all the links to reach out for the systems. So I am your kingdom systems architect. And I say that because I help you craft through not just your external systems for your business, which everybody needs to get your digital footprint out there, and automations are so important, but your internal systems. And that's what the patch is about. And that's what you see behind me. You know, what is the different benefits of it? You know, 4,000 you're gonna reset, your brain resets. Like it's incredible. Technology that's just like blown me away, this technology.
Wow.
And I'm all about technology.
Absolutely. Wow. Well, that was an absolute phenomenal, even with your baby. Phenomenal segment. So thank you for coming back. Thank you for being a part.
Thank you for having us both back.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you guys. Bye-bye, Jeremiah.
Bye, Ramona. Thank you so much.
You're quite welcome.
Bye.
All righty. Bye-bye. Okay. Wow, wow, wow. So here we are, a couple of hours in, and wow, we have had a phenomenal few speakers so far to kick us off today. We started out with Megan DiMartino talking about the EAT strategy for one, and talking about exactly what it was like for her moving through all of the different paradigms that she had to shift through when she built these 3 7-figure businesses that she exited, as well as now working on the 4th. And she also talked a little bit about how she asked God, what direction should she take her business in now, the 4th one that she's in currently. And she said that he gave her a word that, you know what, your time has ran. Her time has ran. And now she said, in a year or so, I know for a fact that I'm going to be out of the brick and mortar, which is Novata Spa, where she is now giving skincare treatments and facials and things of that nature. She's now going to be out in the marketplace, which is what she has been led to do, so that she can be belly to belly again, which is the older way of doing business, or the original, I should say, not even older, but the original way of doing business was belly to belly, being out in the marketplace, in the field, meeting people, shaking hands, using eye contact. That's a whole paradigm shift now for this era that we're in right now, where we're in the microwave society, right? Where everything has to be right away because of the internet. One, the World Wide Web started that movement, right? And then these cell phones that we have in our hand, that right at our fingertips, we're walking around with these computers in our hand that all we have to do is type in a question or type in a business name, and it's right there in front of us, right? However, right now, I think we are being called to go back to and integrate where we came from, which is belly to belly, meeting people in person, shaking hands, laying your eyes on someone, using eye contact, introducing yourself, even though there's no business card. Business cards are long gone. However, I actually have one on my phone, and I have a QR code as my screensaver. So it's just as good as, or better than, a business card, because now all the person has to do, or others had to do, was to actually take a screenshot, take a photo of my business card, and then all of my website pulls up just that easily. And then all they have to hit is save. And that is exactly what I did when I was with Araya McGarry, who was also one of the speakers right before Angeline Moore. She invited me to this phenomenal group of women called E-Women Network. Excuse me. And 1 million women across the globe are inside of this network. However, this particular chapter here in Atlanta happens up north near Norcross, and they actually meet at Maggiano's. And there's a big room that's reserved in the back of Maggiano's. And what they do is they have a training, they have a master class, they update information and share information. And then they have a networking hour where everybody just gets up out of their seat. You cross the room, you go walk around the room, and you might have spotted someone earlier that you spoke with. You might have spotted someone that you wanted to get to know a little bit more about what it is that they do. Every single woman in the room also stands up and introduces themselves. And once they are introduced, all of the other women will write their names down of the ones that they want to connect with that might resonate or connect with something that they are doing. So that is exactly what I think we must get back to, is doing some of our serving in person. Because I talked about a little bit earlier, and I'm getting ready to reiterate that for the people who just came, I shared 2 scriptures, 2 Bible verses, and one of them was Proverbs 16:3. And Proverbs 16:3 is actually, this is Ephesians. I'll start with Ephesians because I was going to share them a little bit earlier, but I wanted to make sure that we stayed on course for the speakers. So I'm going to start with this one. The second verse was Ephesians 6 and 7. And that is Ephesians 6, not with eye service as men pleasers, but as the servants of Christ, doing the will of God from the heart. From the heart is the key. And that is in alignment with exactly what everybody pretty much shared, right? But exactly what Angeline shared when Angeline said, I had all of the tools. I had all of She had all of these systems, which is what she's a master at putting together. She had all of the systems, but she didn't have soul. And you can replace that word soul with heart. But I didn't have my heart in it. I didn't have my soul in it, right? And that is exactly what I am going to challenge each and every one of you to go back to. Ask yourself, I have created this business. I have created this service, but is my heart in it? And how? The other question is, how can I go back and tweak it or change it and now put my heart in it? And it will change the game. In fact, she even mentioned that it definitely changed for her after she went back and reassessed how she was doing what she was doing. And she put her heart in it, and it changed the game. So that was 6. And then 7 is with goodwill, doing service. Remember, I mentioned that earlier. Business is service. Selling is service. Business is biblical as well. And just like her business, the Kingdom Sparkle Agency. So just like the royal, we are a royal priesthood, royal influencers organization as well. 7 is with goodwill, doing service as to the Lord and not to men. So we are serving when we are selling. And when you are building anything and building your business, you are to build it on the foundation and principle of serving others. Whatever it is, we all have a solution. We talked about with Araya McGarry, we also talked about how we are the original. And there's no one like us. She gave us that beautiful story that she got from Marcus Black, who is a phenomenal speaker, traveling all over the world right now speaking. And he is a powerful speaker. So he actually shared a story when he was on her show that there's this puzzle. And whenever there's one piece missing, the puzzle is never complete. And that includes with every single one of you, every single one of us. We could very well be, we are, in fact, the missing piece that those people who we were called to serve needs. Whether it be Professor Chris Amafadan from the UK, who is phenomenal, who is an AI expert. And he comes in and he shares the stories of like this 19-year-old who became a billionaire from creating an AI app. As well as he also used AI years ago, 2008 or 9. Don't quote me on the year, but it's one or the other, 8 or 9, 2008 or 9. Wrote a book using AI because AI has always been around. We just did not have access to it, but he's in the UK. So of course they probably had better access, and he's connected and has worked alongside and with the royal family in various aspects in the educational department. So with that said, there are various things that we do and skills and talents and knowledge and abilities that we have that when we use them for the purpose of serving at a very high level, which is the ascending part, and the E of evolving part of the EAT strategy, right? When we use them to serve people, those that we were called to serve, because there's some people that I can serve that you might not be able to reach. And there's people that you can reach that I may not be able to reach. That is the beauty of every single one of us being an individual, separately, with our own unique, God-given talents, knowledge, skills, and abilities that we have acquired and built like the muscle, showing up every day, makes everything a little bit easier through building our confidence as well as adding to what we already know. So building our knowledge base centered around a specific topic area, subject matter experts such as Professor Chris Amafadan. So that is the power of never, ever giving up, for one, showing up and serving those that you were called to serve with the intention of eating, of evolving, of ascending, and triumphing over, around, under whatever challenges you are being faced with right now and whatever season you are in right now. You also heard the Kingdom Sparkle Agency Araya, not Araya, I'm sorry. You also, I just saw a comment that I wanted to put up on the board as well, which is why I paused. So thank you so much, Bella, for always being in the chat. But Angeline Moore, you also heard her say that she had been hearing about this plateau that you hit, right? The hill that you have to climb. And that's the over the hill comment that everybody makes when you hit 40 and 50, etc. And she finally hit the plateau. She felt as if she hit the plateau. And that is what could happen in your business as well. Business includes ebbs and flows. There's never a straight line to success. I believe Araya McGarry said that as well, that she failed her way to success. She was walking in snow with no shoes. She was in an abusive relationship and she needed a car. And she went to an event, I believe she said, and she saw these pink cars that they were winning. And she said, I can learn how to do that just to get a car. And she challenged you as well. What can you learn new? What is it new? That's the whole point of me creating these events and bringing you alongside me to share all of these different speakers, but not just sometimes, not just once a year. I wanted to provide this level of value every single month. And that was my differentiator. We all have something that makes us different, that sets you apart. That too is biblical, right? What sets you apart? Answer that question for yourself. Put it in the chat wherever you are. I see the numbers over on YouTube are great. Put in the chat over on YouTube, what sets you apart? For the speakers and the others that are here, right here in the comments, put in the comment section, what sets you apart? And some of you, I guarantee you this, are going to struggle to figure that out, because sometimes we have never thought long enough to even figure it out or learn what my differentiation is or your differentiation is. And guess what? Whatever sets you apart and whatever makes you you and makes you different, that is where your breakthrough lies. That is where your breakthrough is. What sets you apart and what makes you different is where your breakthrough is. So if you're struggling to get to the breakthrough, it's because you are in the breaking. It's the way that olives make olive oil. It's the way that coal turns into diamonds under immense heat and pressure. And olives have to be crushed. I believe this was actually a part. We talked about it a little bit yesterday because Carolyn Bell, my coworker, who was my regional director when I was a regional manager, she talked about how her logo for her brand new company, after she went through the incubator, the brand new company that Grace Linen, that she has created to create a clothing line to go along with Happy Life Movement, her Pilates studio. But because I invited her into the incubator and she came into the incubator, she was able to now see an opportunity to create a second stream of income. The same exact thing happened with Bobby Vincent, who was also a speaker a little bit earlier as well, when he was showing up on Clubhouse and just sitting in the audience. And he said, typically, I always had to be the one to speak. And he said, but there was so much value being shared, and there was something different this time. Notice, there was something different this time about the value that was being shared. And it was the timing of the season that I was in, when I was in a job that wasn't fulfilling me anymore. And I decided to not speak this time, but sit in the audience and just take notes, then go home and implement them. And that's where Free Minds Thrive was born. And then through continuing to come and showing up, putting himself in proximity in the right environments around other growth-minded people who are looking to evolve and expecting with intentions to ascend. Because when you if you're going to fly to another destination and you go to the airport, you pack your suitcase, imagine this, you book a trip, you pay for the ticket, you pack, the day comes, you pack, you make sure that you have your boarding pass, You make sure that you have the right clothing for the climate. You make sure you have enough clothing for the trip, the length of the trip. You make sure that you have all of your toiletries and you pack everything. And you get to the airport. You go through the TSA counters, security. You get to the boarding gate. You get on the plane. And the flight attendants go through their normal procedure of telling you where everything is, the oxygen mask, etc. Put it on you first before the kids, etc. And just keep your seatbelt on while they are in takeoff and landing, etc. All the rules, right? And then you hear the engine start of the airplane. And it never ascends, but you're moving. You're creeping. You're crawling on the runway. But you stay at that same pace. And an hour passes, a day passes, a month passes, and now you're at 3 months, and now you're at 6 months, and you've never ascended. The plane has never ascended. Now just imagine what you would be thinking. So some of this is happening with someone out there, whether it be you on YouTube, whether it be you over on LinkedIn, or whether it be you on Facebook, or whether it be someone here that's speaking or that has spoken already, or whether it was a prior season, or whether this is how you started this year or last year, or you've been this way for years. This is for you. The paradigm shift 2 is for you. Because the second passage that I shared earlier, first thing opening up this morning at 11, was Proverbs 16:3. And Proverbs 16:3 says, "Commit thy works unto the Lord, and thy thoughts shall be established." So again, just simply verifying and drilling down on how your thoughts are directly associated with what you're speaking, your words. Your words, your thoughts are creating the words that you're speaking, and your words that you're speaking or not speaking, because you can say a lot. You could be speaking a lot, but if it's not positive, if it's not uplifting, if it's not empowering, if it's not encouraging, then it's going to impact your actions. Your thoughts influences your words, and your words will influence your actions. So what are you saying? And what are you thinking? The thoughts can come, but you need to capture them and make sure that they don't stay. And especially if they are not working for you and they're working against you. We also need to be mindful of how we speak of others. Because how we speak of others is exactly what we are speaking is what we are going to see. It's energy. I just saw this from Oprah. Somebody mentioned Oprah earlier, as a matter of fact. I just saw this. Oprah said that. She said, I mind my energy. I mind my energy by what I watch, what I speak, and who I have in my circle. So who's in your circle? It's time to assess those things at the end of this year of 2025 before we kick off the year of 2026. Are they two aligned? Are they speaking life over themselves as well as over me and others? Because imagine if they aren't speaking life over themselves, then guess what? What do I look like expecting them to speak life over me? How does that work? It doesn't. Newsflash, it doesn't. Because energy is never, ever destroyed. Energy is never, ever destroyed. And I know Trellis can help me with this. Trellis, can you tell me what the scripture is that says to take your thoughts captive? What are you supposed to do when you're overthinking? What are you supposed to do with anxiety? When you can't control your thoughts, you have racing thoughts and you have anxiety and things, you are to take those thoughts captive. You are to rebuke them, bind them up, and ask, cast them away. Ask that they be cast away out of your presence, out of your environment. And another great example of this and how it can get away from you and how it has, we can watch the news and see all day long the shooting that just took place at Brown University. Mr. Reiner, the movie producer, whose son was battling addiction, of course, but whose son took he and his wife's life. And he was at a party and asking people questions and making them feel uncomfortable just the night before. But he was the caregiver for his son that he had put into rehab multiple times, 15 times since he was 15 years old, started with a substance abuse problem. And whatever he has experienced in his life and whatever led him to be a substance user, an abuser, whatever was happening, there's reports that he was arguing, a loud argument happened between he and his son the night before at a party, at Billy Crystal's party. And then his daughter walked in and found them unalived. And then a hotel clerk went into his room and found blood everywhere. And this is gruesome, right? So trigger warning, this is gruesome. But I'm using a drastic example of what can happen when we don't take our thoughts captive and we allow. Have you ever heard someone say, this is just who I am? Well, no, that's not the right answer. Unless you are quoting that you are a child of God. I am a child of God. I am above and not beneath. I am the head and not the tail. I am the lender and not the borrower. I am made in his image. So that is who you really are. And that's exactly how you should be speaking over yourself and others on a regular basis, on a daily basis. Because how we are speaking is going to influence how we're thinking. And how we are thinking is going to influence what we see with our second set of eyes, which with our spiritual eyes. And I would like for everybody to write a goal down this way, with this process. You're going to write a goal down. And before you write what the actual goal is, you're going to say, I am so happy and grateful now. I am so happy and grateful now, ... After the now part is where you add your goal. And by now, even in our incubator, they had to write 100 goals down. And every year, my goals start in October. And then by late November-ish, I am done with my 100 goals. One year we were challenged by one of our leaders to write 300. I was like, whoa. And I am so glad I was obedient and I did it, because what you guys are watching right now during this initial process of me doing the goals, setting the goals down, writing the goals down, excuse me. What you guys are witnessing right now is one of the goals that I wrote down before I knew any of you, before I knew who you were. I did not know your names. I did not know that you existed. At the time in 2019, before Clubhouse, before COVID, I wrote 300 goals down. And I am sitting inside of one of them right now. I had no idea what the name of the business was going to be. I was still working in corporate America in 2019. Before, on December 17th of 2019, I joined this business, this other company, not this business, not this business, the other company. And in that company was a leader, was the top producing in the world. And he would have trainings with us and for us on a regular basis. But this one particular training was in October where we were required to write down goals. And he taught us his strategy, which was from Bob Proctor. So there's no accident that you start out with I am, because I am are two of the most powerful words that you will ever use, because what you put after those two powerful words goes straight into creation. And when you write down those goals and you start them out with I am, it's also a reminder of who you are and whose you are. And we have some activity in the chat, my chat warriors, who I can always depend on. Bella is in the chat. Amen, Queen Ramona. And thank you so much, Bella. Love you back. I am so happy and grateful now. Yes, Bella, that's it. I am. And you know what I do? I can actually show you my gratitude journals right over on the desk in my kitchen. I just saw it a little bit earlier and I thought to bring it over, but I brought my Bible, but I thought to bring over my gratitude journal. But inside of my gratitude journal, there's an assignment as well that you write down goals in the beginning before you start gratitude, because gratitude is a great magnifier. Gratitude will make, for one, what you have enough. Two, it's going to also raise your vibration, because you will not ever walk in pity, walk in jealousy, walk in envy, walk in whatever it is that is not serving you. You will not be able to vibrate on those lower frequencies and achieve your goals that are up here at a higher frequency. So it is vital every single day to raise your frequency. Raise your frequency. You can probably ask. There's one person here, Trellis is here, that was on my prayer call. Ask her if I sounded this strong this morning on my prayer call. Ask her if I was on that prayer call and had this level of energy. No, I raise my vibration every single day. It is innate now. It is like me breathing now. Some people are like, oh, she's different. No, I am just very aware of my vibration. And I would never show up on an event that I am hosting, or show up as a participant even on another event that I'm just a participant listening, and not raise my vibration, because you are going to attract whatever level you are vibrating on. You are going to attract whatever level you are vibrating on. You are going to attract whatever level you are vibrating on. So when you are attracting things around you constantly that don't serve you, or that you don't want to see, or that you don't want any more of, check your vibration and ask yourself, am I waking up and going to bed grateful for just where I am and for just what I have? And literally list it. After you ask that question, literally list it. You can do it verbally. You can do it mentally. You can physically write it down, which is what I recommend, especially if you aren't in the habit yet. But what are those habits that you have on a regular daily basis that's going to take you to the next, that's going to help you ascend, so that you are not that plane with the revved up engine just sitting on the runway, slowly moving about, but never ascending and getting up into the atmosphere and getting some momentum. And Bella said, I am. That's right. I am are the two most powerful words that you will ever say. And be careful how you use them as well, because when you say, I'm so lazy today, You have just spoke that over yourself. Keep in mind, whatever you put after them is what you will become. And you will become more lazy. I'm so tired. That's exactly what you're going to become. God hears all and he sees all. He knows exactly what you need. And then Trellis gave us this: cast down every imagination, thought that exalts itself against the knowledge of God. 2 Corinthians 10:5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Trellis, for answering and bringing that to us. So there you go. 2 Corinthians 10:5. Cast down every imagination, thought that exalts itself against, is the key word here, against the knowledge of God. Absolutely love that. We also have Kingdom Sparkle said, you are going to attract whatever level you are vibrating on. Check your vibration. That was a takeaway for Angeline. Thank you so much, Angeline, for being active and still being here. And then Trellis said, yes, Ramona, my new year started on September 23rd, the Jewish New Year. I have my words of intentionality for 2026 already, which are anointed, preparation, and overflow. Love it. Absolutely love it. I actually encourage you guys to get a year. Get a year. Get a year. Get a word for each year that you're going to operate out of as well. My word as well is my word for 2025 was resilience. And that's been written down. That was written down actually inside of my goals as well. I chose that word in the last quarter of 2024, that my word for 2025 was resilience. And it was written down in my goals as well. So thank you so much for sharing that as well. I absolutely love it. And you did not, my sister. You sounded strong in the spirit. Oh, this morning I was like, oh, this voice of mine. So this is the tail end of the flu, or actually tail end of a upper respiratory infection. It was a flu that turned into upper respiratory infection with my grandkids when I was keeping them for those month and a half. And we all had it. And we all went to the doctor the same day. We all walked out different times and walked out with antibiotics. So, and then right after that, my daughter got sick, maybe 2 weeks later. And then I got it from her again. And so this is just the tail end. So with that said, but I was so grateful and thankful for the time, the quality time that I spent with all of them. My two little ones, the 7-year-old and the 2-year-old, that's Cairo and Riley. And then my daughter, who's 28, who's working for a Fortune 500 company in upper management and was just at her wit's end, like looking for another job, ready to quit because she's needed. Because she's not only needed, but she's anointed at what she does, managing 200 million in assets for the company and the inventory of it, and managing a team of people. And when all of the little challenges were popping up with people calling out and things of that nature while they were in the middle of an audit, she was just like, I'm looking for another job right now. I can't even raise my kids right now, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I would always remind her of the blessing. Think back to before you had this job, the job that you were in, that you left, and what were the reasons that you left. So with that said, that's exactly what I want for everybody. I'm challenging everybody that's here today that is exactly what you do. Do a self-assessment. What am I thinking? What am I speaking? And what's my activity? What is the action? It should be faith-filled action that you are taking every day. This was my faith-filled action this week, Monday and Tuesday. But guess what? What led up to these 2 days was preparation, right? How did we get the speakers to fill the time slots? I had to reach out to them and connect with them and get the time that they needed to speak and the time that they were available, right? I had to create the flyers and post them, right? So what are you doing right now to prepare for not just 2026, but for the end of the year? Success. Who was that? There was a speaker yesterday. I want to say it was Wally Green. And correct me if I'm wrong, if you were there and listened. I'm almost sure it was Wally Green. Success is when preparation and luck meet, is when you get success. I can verify now. I think I hear him even saying it. Success is when preparation and luck meets. But how will you ever get there if you don't start preparing? And if you aren't preparing right now every single day? And for one, starting with preparing your mind, preparing your thoughts, preparing your paradigm shift that's going to have to take place in order for you to get to the next level, right? And not just be complacent and comfortable where you are. But what is it that I need to do to prepare myself for what's next or the next level? Because there's always another level. So we might have set goals 2 years ago and achieved them already. I have another level for the Royal Influencers Organization. This was not the end all be all for me. It was just to create an event and have my speakers come and share value. John Lee has challenged us. You get 500 people or 600 or 1,000 people. I think he said 1,000 people. If you get 1,000 people in an event, I'll show up. And you know what he charges for that? $100,000 for his appearance. But he said, I'll show up for you guys for free. No charge. You get 1,000 people. Because for one, he knows he's a great salesman for one. And two, he knows that if he shows up, it's going to definitely be worth it on the back end. And if you are creating products and services for your business, but you're not supporting other businesses, and then you wonder why your sales aren't that great, and you wonder why you can't get your business off the ground, or you're wondering where everybody went, that may very well be, along with a variety of other things, like the season that I did this one in, this one event. I realized why I stopped doing my events in December, because there are so many other distractions. People are flying and they're flying in from Thanksgiving and then coming right back home and getting ready for Christmas. I think it was Carolyn that said, I haven't bought one gift for my grandkids already or yet. So I decided, though, because of my event last month, that I had a ticket and everything ready to fly out. And then they pulled back the reins on flights, canceled a lot of flights, thousands of flights canceled because we were in the shutdown. But did I foresee that coming? No, we couldn't, right? And I discussed whether or not they were going to even move forward with the event. Maybe they'll cancel. And we even talked about it in one of the meetings. They said, nope, we're going forward with it. Well, whoever's going to be here is supposed to be here. And that is my mindset. That is my paradigm with the Royal Influencers Organization. I am creating this for those that need it and want it. And whoever's supposed to be here will be here. Those of you on YouTube, you are supposed to be here. Those of you on LinkedIn, you are supposed to be here. Those watching through Facebook, you are supposed to be here. Because that is my intention when I show up. Those people that are supposed to be here will show up and receive the value that is being shared. And there are some people that couldn't because they're at work. But I scheduled them in anyway and said, maybe there might be a time where you can get away. So I just want to make sure that you know that we are flexible. So how flexible are you when it's time to be flexible? That's a paradigm shift, right? Some of us want only what we want, when we want it, and how we want it, right? But there is a time that's going to call you to be flexible, especially in business, Because in business, there's ebbs and there's flows. There's seasons as well. We don't do business, as a matter of fact, the way that we used to do business. And this online business space, I had to learn. I had a private Facebook account. I was not on IG in 2019. And I had 40 people who were all classmates only because they were trying to find me here in Georgia and couldn't. And one person got a hold of me and said, you need a Facebook so that we can get a hold of you and let you know when the next event's going to be happening. And it was private and only classmates. And I still barely even have my family on my page. Because I said, if you're family, you're not a friend, for one. And if you're family, you should be able to pick up the phone and call me to see how I'm doing, not just show up on social media to check things out, right? So with that said, I definitely just wanted to remind you guys that on a regular basis, on a daily basis, you should be doing an assessment of the EAT strategy. Am I evolving? What am I doing? And how am I going to evolve today? This week over last week. Whatever I did last week, I shouldn't repeat identical what I've done, what I'm going to be doing this week, right? So what am I doing differently this week than I did last week? And it could be something so small and minute. Doesn't have to be huge. Oh, I think Wally Green said that. He said, do one thing. Learn one new thing, just one. And implement one little minor thing in your business or in your day. And think of it this way. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Think of it this way. If you were to improve 1% every day, just 1% every day, imagine if you improve just 1% every day, how many days are in a year? 365. And what percentage is that? 365. One improvement every day, compounded, is 365% improvement by the end of the year. Who wouldn't want to improve 365%? You also heard, was it Bobby Vincent that said that his tallow gold company, and I asked him, I said, did you even have this company on your radar at the beginning of the year? And it was something that they were creating in the house already and using for themselves. And they were getting results and they were enjoying it. And something told him to, you know what? If we're using it and we're enjoying it, let me make it for them. Let me make it for others and take it out and share it with them. And it started selling. First, his family sold him out. They said, oh my gosh. They said he gave it to him as a gift, I believe. And he said, here, try this and tell me what you think. And they said, oh my gosh, we need more. And they started buying it. And then he started selling out. And then they would share it with other people. And then the orders started coming in. And did you hear him say, it started with a few tens and then hundreds. And now it's thousands. And it's making more than his original business of Free Minds Thrive that he started because he showed up in a room and was listening to value and took it serious and took notes and implemented the notes. So talk about a paradigm shift. Now having so much business that you're selling out of the product. And then it's now being put on the shelves of a store. And I happen to know that he definitely has done some training in the mind. He's a mindset coaching person. He's a mindset coaching person anyway. So I know that he's putting the work in that space as well. But that's the power of it. So you have seen now a woven thread through every single one of these speakers. And every single one of the speakers, I've given people the opportunity to get on the stage and speak, and they haven't spoken yet publicly, but it was their first time. So you heard from Samara Beth on yesterday. You saw how powerfully and confident she showed up. She used to be in tears, her voice quivering and shaking and nervous. And I know for a fact that she wouldn't mind sharing that. I know she wouldn't. She shared it before. So show up with the intention of getting exactly what it is that you deserve and that you desire. Show up to serve those that you were called to serve. You have a voice. You have a message. You have this idea that's been sitting on your heart. And you're just walking around with it, scared to death. And fear is of the enemy. Fear is not from God. It is of the enemy to stop you in your tracks, to keep you stuck and stagnant where you are. So again, you want to rebuke those things that are not serving you. Bind them up, cast them out. And speak life over yourself, and speak about the life that you know you deserve and that you know is coming. I want to hear success stories. out of the more success stories. As a matter of fact, out of the Royal Influencers Organization, Paradigm Shift 1 and 2, because they're rolling in. Carolyn joined the incubator, and that's the first thing that we did, was an identity exercise. Write down everything that you've been through. Write down everything that has happened to you. Write down everything that you've experienced that was not pleasant. And then you take that piece of paper, and if it takes you days to write it, perfectly okay. If it takes you months to write it, perfectly okay. If you sit down and set this aside of time and write it out, perfectly okay. However much time it takes for you, perfectly okay. Write it out, and then read it one last time. And thank the old you for the experience, the knowledge that you gained, the lessons that you gained from the decisions that you made, staying in environments and places far too long where you weren't appreciated, the times that you didn't love yourself and you should have, or loved yourself more and you shouldn't have, and you should have. And you fold it and you place it inside of a jar, safely inside of a jar, or a candle jar, or in the sink, or you can take it outside and dig a hole and bury it, but you burn it. And you say goodbye to the old you. And you show up. After you do this exercise, you rewrite the script of who you are today. From today moving forward, you rewrite the script. And when the old you tries to show up again, you put your hand up, your finger up, and you say, not today. And you show up in these rooms like God sent you in the room, because he did. And you take dominion. And you take territory. So that next year, in December 2026, and we're standing on stages with over 1,000 people in the room, and your name is on the roster as a speaker with your business name, and you have a table in the back of the room with your products or your services on it, you will now be able to reintroduce yourself and tell your story of where you were and how you used to be and who you used to be. And say, this is where and who I am today, because I had the audacity to shift my paradigm. Not just once, but multiple times, to get exactly what it is that I deserve. And here is Trellis saying, death and life are in the power of the tongue. Absolutely. Yes, it is. And then, yes, it was him. And here is another comment. Exactly. So Trellis is a chat warrior, of course. And Trellis said, absolutely, I am global. In the name of Jesus, I am in high demand and a sought after speaker. Absolutely. I love it. That's real-time implementation right there. That is real-time implementation. Thank you, Trellis. As well as, is it Araya's probably over hanging out with us on YouTube still. More people have joined us over on YouTube. So thank you guys. Please follow, subscribe on YouTube if you're over there hanging out. And thank you so much, Bella Unplugged. And I think it's probably really late it's probably super late for Professor Chris Amafadon was with us earlier and in the chat. And it's very late there for him right now as well. So this is how things work. So when Shayna said, oh, Ramona, my apologies, I am at work and I probably won't be able to get off to speak, she was going to be in this segment. So the segment that I just gave you guys, it gave me the opportunity to give you guys a little peek into touch base for one on the goal setting, By the way, when I talked about the goals and what to write down first, I am, those first two powerful words, so happy. Why do you think we want to say, I am so happy? Why do you think we want to say, I'm so happy? Why do you think we want to say that? Sorry, guys. Hair is falling over here and doing its own thing. Why do you think we want to say, I am so happy and grateful? You want to say that you are so happy, whether you're happy or not, by the way. You don't have to be happy at the time that you say that you're happy. But you need to decree and declare a thing. That's why you want to say you're happy. You want to decree and declare a thing. Because you want to speak what you want to see. So if you aren't happy, you want to definitely, when you write these goals down, you want to say, because that energy that you're using, that's being transferred from your brain that allowed you to pick the pen or pencil up, and that energy that allowed your arm to move to get the piece of paper and place it in front of you, and that energy that's coming through that pen that's going onto the paper and writing these words down, that energy is now going to go into those words that you're writing on paper, so that every time that you read it and while you're writing it, that it's going to go straight into creation. And it may not be that you're going to achieve it today, tomorrow, or even next week, but by taking faith-filled action, it is going to show up. And what's going to happen, more than likely, which is exactly what happened with me, which you heard is exactly what happened with Bobby, which you heard yesterday, exactly what happened to Wally Green, which you also heard yesterday, exactly what happened to Carolyn Bell. I always want to call her Morgan, which is what she was when we were working before she got married as well. Because energy is never destroyed. It is simply transferred, which is why it's important to manage what you speak. Because when you speak those words, it carries energy out. When you speak over other people, and when you speak over yourself as well, it's an energy. So let me tell you how powerful this is. Let me tell you why I'm constantly praying and rebuking word curses and rebuking evil plots and plans from the enemy. And I'm also speaking and praying that it be returned to the sender, because I didn't say speaking those that are speaking life. I said those that are speaking and plotting and planning evil. That's another reason that it's vital that you do not speak derogatory, demeaning, divisive, because that's what's going to come back potentially to you. And it may not be right away. But Habakkuk 8:2, I want to say it's 8:2. Write the vision, make it plain, so that he who sees it or hears it runs. I want to say, Trellis, you can probably, oh, here it is. I was going to say Trellis could probably tell us exactly what it is or look it up for us. Habakkuk 2:2 or 8:2? Correct me if I'm wrong. All kinds of chapter numbers are floating right now. I've been going through the entire Bible, by the way. I started a month ago, I think. If Trellis is here, I could have sworn that I just turned to it, which I'm sure she is. Oh, here we go. I'm going to find this because it just popped into my head that I should share it again. Okay. I'll wait for Trellis so I don't take too much of your time while I'm looking. I'll wait for Trellis to pull it out and share it with us. Oh my goodness. Okay, we have Elizabeth Wait said, I remember you from Clubhouse. Hello, dear Ramona. How are you and Christina? Happy holidays and blessings to you. Oh my goodness. Hello. Hello. How are you, Elizabeth? Thank you. Happy holidays to you as well. Everything is absolutely phenomenal. Yes, Christina was my mentee from 17 years old to 20. So I have given Christina her wings. She was absolutely phenomenal. Everybody loved her. So did I. So do I still do. And yes, I gave her her wings to go out and soar her oats and be a young adult. And she's the same exact age as one of my daughters as well. And my young adult daughter is doing the exact same thing. And I wanted her to be able to do the exact same thing too. So yes, absolutely. Okay. Yes. Decree a thing. Bella said, yes, decree and declare a thing. Yes, absolutely. And here we have energy is never lost nor destroyed. It is merely transferred. Albert Einstein. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Trellis. And let me give you another assignment. It's not actually scratch that. It's not an assignment. I'm going to give you a little story. It was a science experiment where they took two plants. And I might have shared this. I'm almost sure I did. I know I've shared it to my incubators and shared it in other trainings and to my actual clients, coaching clients. I've shared this story numerous times with them as well. So let me just say this as well. It is vital. It is so vital. Your words are so vital. I just saw this actually again on somebody did it on IG, I believe, did the experiment live. And they had their child write the words down. So he took two plants, but before he planted them, he wrote words, derogatory words. Remember what I just shared with you about energy is never destroyed? Remember the pen, how you have the energy to pick it up? If it was first started as a thought, everything in your hand, everything around you. You look around you, I'm looking at a TV right on my right here. That TV was first started with a thought. I'm looking at a cell phone right next to me. This cell phone was created first by a thought. So you have to mind your thoughts as well. Everything, this computer that I'm on right now, and all of you are all over the world, was started from a thought, right? The decorations, the Christmas tree on my right, the decorations behind you, everything that we see around us was first started by a thought. So this particular written down, but I'm not even going to try to say it right now because I'll probably be wrong, and I want to give the person their credit. So you write negative words on the bottom of this tray on one, and then you write positive words on the other. And then the science experiment was that they added the soil, and then they Life by Cara is in the chat as well. She'll be speaking shortly. So with that said, if you don't have the link, check your voicemail, or not voicemails, check your email, Cara, if you would like. How are you, love? Thank you for popping in. So he wrote negative words on the bottom of the tray and positive words on the other tray, and then put the soil, and then put the plant, and put it in the windowsill, and every single day watered, same exact amount of water, same exact soil, same everything, changed nothing. The plant that was planted on top of the tray with the derogatory negative words struggled to thrive, struggled to grow. The leaves turned yellow. It wilted, barely left from a seedling. The seedling is that you start everything with the seed, and then it grows, and then it flourishes and it grows into different 2 or 3 different stalks, and then it grows leaves, and they get bigger and greener, especially if you take care of it. Gave it everything that it needed and the exact same thing. And then the plant that was planted on the tray with the positive words flourished, grew a couple of feet, stayed nice and green, took very little effort, because energy is never destroyed. It is simply transferred, not just from the words that we speak, but even what you write, which is why it's vital. It is absolutely vital that you write goals down. and then you read them. And it's absolutely vital that you raise your vibration. That is the happy of the goal setting. And I know I went around the world on this one, but that is the happy in the goal setting sentence. I am so happy. I am being the two most powerful words that you'll ever speak, because what you say after them goes straight into creation. And then I am so happy, because you need, in order to achieve your goals, you need to vibrate where your goals are. Your goals are not sitting down, whether down towards the bottom, where you're in pity, envy, jealousy, frustration, overwhelm. They are sitting up at the top. They're elevated. Remember the EAT strategy. Evolve is the E. Ascend is the A. T is the triumph. So your goals are sitting at a higher vibration. So it is imperative every day that you start and end each day with gratitude. What are you grateful for? And when you can be grateful for something as small as a pen, as a laptop sitting in front of you, that's a couple of years old, as a phone with a cracked screen because I dropped it the other day and it still works, and be grateful. I thought about that. I said, I need to rush out and get it fixed. I'm like, you know what? I can still see the screen. It's still working. But absolutely, I'm going to get it fixed. In fact, I'm switching carriers soon. So when you can be grateful for what you have and where you are, that is the big multiplier. Gratitude is the big magnifier. It puts a magnifying glass on everything around you. It makes what you have enough. So you must be appreciative of what you have before you can get more. And the other thing is, what if? This is something to ponder. I want you guys to ponder on this. What if God was just so generous? And he is already, right? So generous to the point where he did this. He gave you exactly what you wanted, exactly when you asked. No waiting, no hesitation, no nothing. He just handed it to you. What do you think will happen if he did that? You more than likely wouldn't keep it. You wouldn't be able to sustain it. Why is that, I wonder? Because you don't have the growth mindset or the will or the ability or the reasoning, which are all God-given gifts that all of us were born with. We were all born with reasoning. We were all born with an imagination. We were all born with a will. These are the higher five faculties that Bob Proctor, nobody can teach these five faculties like Bob Proctor. Oh my God, when he went in and taught these five, I was just like, oh, your intuition. Another one, that little gut that tells you, oh no, that's not the right move. Or that little hint that goes, that's the move. That's your intuition. That's a gift. Your discernment is a gift as well. And it's also a muscle that you have to build, right? So I am so happy and grateful, because you have to be grateful right now. And that's why you have the now. That, and your goal goes right after that sentence. And let me talk about the now. The now is vital, because you're writing the goals today that you won't see right away. And what the actions that you're taking, the work that you're putting in, guess what? It's cyclical as well. You won't see the fruit of the work that you're doing today for 90 days. That's how business works. Business is in a cycle as well. All of the people that you're contacting, all of the work that you're doing, all of the follow-up that you're doing, everything that you're doing today, you will not see the fruit for 90 days. And if you have not really worked on building that paradigm and gotten rid of the stinking thinking, the self-limiting beliefs, the self-doubt, if gossip still has a strong hold on you, and if apathy has a strong hold on you of just wasting time and not doing the task and not doing the actions has a hold on you, you can triple that. You won't see it in 90 days even. You may see it in 6 months. You may see it in a year. It may take longer for you to build your confidence. If your confidence is not in check, if he had given it all to you, you would have lost it. The very day that you ask and the very day that you expected it. Have you ever heard of people winning the lottery and then all of a sudden they're broke again? It was their paradigm around money. It was their paradigm. They did not do the research or the homework. If I had won, I wouldn't have touched it until I put the work in and the time in to make sure that I can not only get it, but keep it. And then Trellis has put inside of the, Joe, okay. That's job 2228. You shall decide and decree a thing, and it shall be established. Absolutely. Absolutely. That kind of reminds me of the Proverbs 16:3 that I read earlier as well. About your thoughts. So the Bible tells us everything about business, how to do business. The Bible is the blueprint. So I suggest that every single one of you get in it and stay in it as well. But it was Proverbs 16:3 is commit thy works unto the Lord, and thy thoughts shall be established. So there you have it. So we can't do it in our own strength, is basically what that passage speaks to me. We can't do it in our own strength. We need him. We need God. We need the higher power to walk alongside us. And he's there, and he knows exactly what we don't have. He knows what we have, and he is there waiting for us. Maybe that's why you haven't gotten it yet. If you're one of those that haven't gotten it, maybe that's why. Because when you built it, did you build it on that foundation, on a strong foundation as well? So with that said, we have our next speaker here, Cara Scott Dentley, Baroness, Dr. Cara Scott Dentley is in the house, and I'm not going to waste any more time because I know if she's here, she's ready. So with that said, hey, how are you, love?
We are here. We are here.
Absolutely. Oh my God. Wow. Let me just give you a proper introduction for one. This is everyone. This is Baroness Dr. Phenomenal speaker, the beautiful wife of the Baron Dr. Sir James Dentley as well. Great friends of mine, great colleagues of mine. Oh my goodness. They are absolutely phenomenal. Love them to pieces. Love having them be a part of the Royal Influencers Organization. Paradigm Shift 2. We are in Paradigm Shift 2, and we are presenting the EAT strategy. You guys are in for a treat. Get pen and paper out. Don't move. Do not move. You're getting ready to get a lot of value here. And we have Professor Chris Moffat on in the chat warriors here. People, we're streaming on Facebook, Instagram. I'm sorry, not Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube as well. Excuse me. So, Cara Scott Dentley is the co-founder of Limitless Women. I have spoken on that platform with them a couple of times a year, probably for last year it started, and then this year as well. We're at the end of this year now as well. I have been on stages with Sharon Lecter. As well, spoke at one of those events, as well as a whole slew. I can't even remember all of the names of I think it was Forbes Riley that was going to be speaking at one of those as well. A great friend from Clubhouse. She was on Clubhouse for the whole pandemic. So she would come into my room on Clubhouse and all of those things as well. And let me tell you, I have just been in awe at what you guys are doing, the lives that you guys are changing and impacting. And LifeWave, I'm there. Life has been lifing over here too. Speaking of LifeWave.
LifeWave.
Speaking of LifeWave. Speaking of LifeWay, so I am excited to have you. And Life by Cara is your athleisure wear line.
Yeah,
Life
yeah.
by Cara athleisure wear line as well. So how have you been doing? How are you ready for the holidays yet? I mean, whether we're ready or not, they're here,
You
right?
know, all everything that you said, we stay ready, right? So we
Yes,
don't have to get
yes, yes,
ready.
yes.
You know, saying ready for the holidays. I wake up ready for whatever the day may bring.
Oh, that's
Grateful
a
for it.
paradigm shift. Speaking of a paradigm shift, there it is.
Hey,
You wake up ready for whatever the day is going to bring. Absolutely love that.
what
There
else
you go.
can you do? You
Thank
know,
you.
and if you're trusting that everything is in divine order, and if that is your prayer every day, to be in the spaces that you're supposed to be in, to connect with the people that you're supposed to connect to, whatever happens within that day is God's will.
There you
And if
go.
that is your prayer to be in God's will, that is the ebb
Oh,
and flow.
that's
That
it.
is the life wave.
There you go. Wow. There you go. That's it. That simple,
It
everybody.
is that simple.
Absolutely love it. Oh my goodness. So I know we're in for a treat. So with that said, I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best. Take as much time as you want. Oh, well, actually, we do have another speaker coming up, but she's here already. So with that said, right at 2:30ish.
And you know what? I won't be before you long. I was just so you know, I was over in the other chat, and I'm just over there.
I saw that. I saw that.
And I'm just like, okay, I'm waiting. And then something just told me, we'll say the Holy Spirit told me, go check the email again. And I said, oh, I'm in the wrong. So it's okay. But everything that you was said was right on point. It was meant to be said. It was meant to be received. So I'm not, of course, I'm apologizing because you had a scheduled time.
No, you're fine. You're fine. And you're good. And you're still good because we're on God's time.
That's it.
That's it. And look, this is my live stream, so I can do whatever I want on it. So you take your 20 minutes. And then right behind you will be Trellis. And then if I sent James a message, but of course I'm speaking, but I sent him a message to see if he was available. But if he isn't, then you can come back and close this out.
Okay, sounds good. I believe he is.
Awesome. Awesome. We would love to hear from him.
Indeed.
Awesome. So with that said, everybody, I'm going to get out of the way and I'm going to let you hear from Cara Scott Dentley, Dr. Baroness Cara Scott Dentley.
All the things.
All righty. Absolutely.
Thank you, Ramona, for an opportunity. Thank you for bringing everyone together once again for a time such as this. And we're talking about a paradigm shift. And as listening, so many things tied together. And I do want you to get a pen and paper because there are some things that you will start to understand as your body responding to your truth, your body responding to your blueprint. We'll say that. And I always use the word blueprint because I do have my own book, Unlocking the Blueprint of Intention, the keys to governing your greatness with science, but it ties in spirituality and science. And as a scientist, yes, I am a scientist. I worked for the Department of Homeland Security for several years, and I retired at the age of 35, walking away, full pension, all of that good stuff, believe it or not, because I was intentional about that, but it was a paradigm shift. And so many people would say, I've had people ask me, what is the difference, as a scientist, what do you say when people ask about, can you believe in God and still believe in science? And it's the same thing as one of the same coin, is you can't separate one without the other. And science is just the study of, right? Science is studying and understanding, and it's to know. That is the root word of science. It comes from sire, which is to know, to study. So it's studying and finding out all of these things, and it's beautiful. So it's not one against the other, and we have to get out of that mindset of if it's this, then it can't be that. It can be both at the same time. Write that down. It can be both at the same time. And so as I was listening, to the previous speakers and listening to Ramona speak about all of these different frameworks and talking about paradigms, when I walked away from my job, yes, that was a paradigm shift. My parents, of course, they were one that was just like, I know you're not going to leave that good government job. I'm sure some of you have probably heard that. If you're at the brink of decision of saying, do I stay or do I go? And that can apply to so many different things, but your body will tell you. Write that down. The body does not lie. Your body will respond to your environments. Your body will respond to people. See, we're wired a certain way. We're wired for our goals. We come in here with instructions in our DNA. Yes, we do have crystals in our bodies. I heard the young lady talk about Life Wave and talk about the patches. It's realigning the stem cells in the body, which there's a lattice structure within your DNA and those are crystals, and it's formed with the water in your body. So when you start to feel stress, or when you start to feel that your body is telling you to move or not move, and you know, people always say, I had a gut feeling. Something told me. That is your body speaking your truth. Do not bypass that. Do not deny yourself that possibility of knowing that your body is continuously speaking to you. So one of the first paradigms that I had was, as I spoke about just a minute ago, was leaving my job. And I had already said, and you know, Facebook has a way of letting you know the things that you've put on your wall. And I remember saying that I wanted to be retired by the time I was 38. Right? I retired at the age of 35, but I wrote that while I was still in college, and I had to be around 20. You know, I was in graduate school and graduated from graduate school, but I had written that down, and I never did let up from that goal, from that blueprint, because I knew that I wanted to move around the world freely. I didn't want the handcuffs, you know, and I started to understand even with the titles. And as Ramona was speaking, she was saying, you know, the doctor and, you know, baroness, and all of those are cool. And I promise you, it's an honor, right? It's an honor. It's attributed to service, to serving humanity. So when I look at all of those titles, it's just to show people what's possible, and that you can have those things that you want. And, you know, you set the goals and you go after them. But beyond that, what's more important than that is following the design within you versus following and chasing titles. Because what I've realized is, with or without the titles, the emotions are the same, the highs and the lows and the ups and the downs, and managing your emotions, all of those things still apply. So what is it that your soul is reaching for you? And as I was listening, and Ramona was, you know, all of you were posting in the chat about, you know, with different scriptures. And one that always grounds me in the middle of a decision is, what does it profit a man or a woman to gain the whole world and lose his or her soul? And soul, if you go back and you look up the word soul, it means breath. People lose their breath. They lose their lives over chasing things that are not in alignment with what God has for them. And you can look that up, you know, that is scripture. That's Mark 8:36, is also in Matthew. What does it profit a man or a woman to gain the whole world and lose his or her soul? You know, chasing the things. You know, my brother passed away, and, you know, it's just so hard to say that, but he was 2 years older than I, and people called us the twins because we were very close. We are very close. I don't even want to talk about him in past tense. And I realized that even with all the titles and all of the accolades and driving the fancy cars and living in, you know, several thousand square foot house, the emotions, the things that happen, life still happens. But what do you do? What is that paradigm that keep you on the straight and narrow? How do you process life as it happens? And as we mentioned, the life wave. How do you process these things? What does that paradigm look like? So for me, yes, I'm missing my brother, but I know that I have to keep living for my brother. Write that down, because I know that I'm not the only one. As I'm on social media, I see different people that are experiencing loss and grief, but you have to keep living. So even through the tears, and I even spoke at my brother's, you know, services, and people were like, how are you able to do that? Because I have to keep going. And I know, and here's the reality, that we can't get away from it. None of us can. This is all part of the journey. And I think that if we shift our paradigm and our thought process about what that is when someone transitions, that they've elevated. My son, I have so much love and respect for my son. So much. Even when I tell him, I don't even think he understands just how much, but he has helped to ground me. And he's like, Mom, that's the next level, that's going to, be with the creator, like no matter what the age is. And I was talking to a young lady when we were at the making the funeral arrangements, and she said, who did the good Lord call home? And I'm heartbroken. So I'm grieving, right? The way people grieve at that time. And I'm still, I'm still dealing with it, but I'm changing my verbiage to understand that these things happen. And so she said, well, he's in good hands. And I was just like, but he was 47. And she says, well, the good Lord loved him at 47. She said, my husband, the good Lord took him at 80. So the good Lord loved him at 80. He loves them, when they're babies. The good Lord, when it's their time. And none of us are meant to be here forever. So that was a paradigm shift for me. So I just want to put that on your heart and put that in your spirit. And even if it's not applicable to you, it may be applicable to someone who who may be going through something, that you may need to share that message and that story with them. So that's a paradigm shift, because things happen, but when they happen, what do you do? How do you handle it? It's not so much of what happens, it's how you handle what happens, right? That determines so much. So that first paradigm, because I want to go through 3, that first paradigm was making sure that I wasn't so much caught up on titles and, all the things at my job, because I looked at, while I was at my job, and I'm going back to that, someone pulled that whole thing with my brother out of me. So that was for you. But going back to the whole thing with my job, and I just remember being on my job and seeing the person on my job that had been there the longest and the one that had the most seniority. And I remember making a decision in that moment that I did not want the lifestyle that either one of them had. And I was up for promotion. But it wasn't the promotion that God had for me for my life. And everyone was like, I know you're going for that job. And the energy around the workplace started to get kind of janky, kind of funky. It's like everybody's vying for the same promotion. And all of a sudden friendship starts to dwindle. And it just started to feel awkward. And I was just like, what is this? And I was like, okay, God, if this is for me, allow everything, make the way straight, pave the way, make it smooth. And I just started to feel like I was in somebody else's job, honestly. I started to be kind of careless. And when there's something that you're careful with, because sometimes we stay locked in situations, or even whether it's a job, a friendship, relationship, business partnerships, because of the comfortability. And we felt like, well, this is familiarity, and I'm going to stay here. I'm not going to move. I'm not going to pivot. It's not time. I've put so much work and effort into this. I've dedicated my life to this. And then in the back of your mind, you're like, but I want to do something else. And I remember as a scientist working with the government and doing things with nuclear power plants, it was the coolest thing. This is what I felt when I first came in. I was like driving a black SUV, suited up, going to work, young, right, wearing my pumps, just doing the whole thing. And then people would ask me, well, what is it that you do? And the first thing that would come out of my mouth, I'm like, I inspire people. I'm a motivational speaker. I do retreats, but right now I'm working for the federal government as a scientist. Like the first thing that would come out would be those things that was just like embedded in my DNA. It would just come out so effortless, so fluid. So what is that thing that if nobody paid you, of course, you're going to get paid, because, once you start to serve, and your gift will make room for you. There's another scripture for you, baby. Your gift will make room for you. But what is that thing that without any effort that you could just fluidly just speak on it and say, hey, this is what I do? I was talking to a young man the other day, and he was with his mom. I was at someone's birthday gathering at a fitness place. And he said, well, I'm doing all these things. I'm doing insurance and I'm doing massage therapy for people, but I really want to be a speaker. He was a young man. He was 21. And I was like, well, he said, I really want to be a singer. And I was like, well, instead of saying you want to be a singer, say you are a singer. I said, start singing while you're massaging, while you're doing whatever you're doing. Like, just let that show, let the record show. And he was like, okay. And then he came back and was like, man, because oh my God, I could just see myself on stages. I really want to be. I said, well, first of all, he's like, and I'm trying to be a speaker. I said, we're going to remove 2 words. You want to be and you're trying to be, because either you are or you aren't. And your body, your cells are listening, and they're going to calibrate accordingly. Because when you say you're trying to do whatever, you give yourself the option to not do it. So I'm like, say, I am a speaker. I am a singer. I was about to say speaker. Say, I am a singer. So he starts saying, he was like, see, Mom, I am a singer. I am a singer. And sometimes people will let themselves down and not go in the direction that they want to go, and not follow their dreams and what they are designed to do because of somebody else's approval. So right now, we're not seeking validation. We're standing in our authority of what God has put us here to do, whatever that thing is. All of it is service. All of it is service. And if you start to look at it like that, not just for yourself, but everybody that you come in contact with. I'm so grateful for everybody that I come in contact with, because I know it's not by chance. I know that 100 years from now, the things that we get to do together, the impact that we make on one another and with one another, it will impact the next generation, whether we're here or not. So what is that thing? You have to do what you came here to do. Your body will respond in a way that it's even showing up now scientifically in studies, that people's bodies, when they're not following their path, their life's path, like the body starts to ail. It starts to show up with illness and sickness and stress and all of these different things, because your mind, your body, your spirit are trying to go in one direction. And then you're forcing yourself with your thoughts and everything into a different direction that was never truly designed for you. So there it is with that paradigm shift. The second paradigm shift that I want to point out is how we do everything else with the people that are connected to us. Everyone in my house, we all do our thing. My husband does his thing. I do my thing. I just came back from a 3-day, 2-night retreat with ladies who are entrepreneurs, CEOs. They're busy. They're running their house. You know, they have their, I don't gonna say running their households, but they're households in their own right? Because everybody's household is different. But some of them are married. I take that back. All of the young ladies there were married, and they had their children, and all of these different things that they have going on. And they're like, hey, I need a break. Like I need somebody to push pause. I need the things to stop moving, the ropes to stop swinging. Like, remember when you used to jump double dutch? If you're old enough to have jumped double dutch, you kind of like trying to wait to get in, or you're trying to wait to get out if someone else is jumping in, and they're like, I just can't keep moving in this way. I feel like I'm about to burn out. So I'm like, hey, you need a rest. You need a staycation. And so that's what I did this past weekend. And all of the ladies, I mean, we went and we did the hammocks and all of that. And I love fire pits. I love fire pits. We have a fire pit at our house. So I brought in my own fire pit into the hotel. I know, right? But I created the environment that I wanted to have there. So all of this, and all of the ladies were there and, did the fitness class together with the hammocks, with the aerial yoga. And they loved all of it. And it was 2 of the young ladies' birthdays. People brought gifts, and they were like, wow, now I feel like I can go back and continue doing what I'm doing. And when I'm bringing this up, because I'm intentional, because I understand, because I used to be that lady. I was that woman working hard, going to and fro, doing everything for everybody else, and just feeling like, look, I am running on fumes, like, and feeling like that life wave. So doing that. So I'm doing my thing. My husband's doing his thing. And then I left from there and went to my son's chess tournament. Now I'm bringing up my son because here's another paradigm. Because sometimes with our children, we feel like we need to influence them by force versus by influence. And so I just, most of us will put our kids in different activities. And when activities weren't in alignment with what he wanted, don't have to keep going in that direction. I'm very clear on when your body says no, but sometimes as parents, we're like, no, I paid my money. You're going to do this for the rest of your life, right? You're going to do this for the next year. And the kids are like, well, I hate piano, nothing against piano, but they're like pushing back. And parents are like, nope, you're going to do it. So I'm putting my son in these different things. He did soccer. He even tried hockey. We did basketball. We did all of the coding, scripting. I put him in chess. And he came home one day after the second time. I said, you want me to put you back? It was like, 6-week classes. And I said, you want to do chess again? And he was just like, yeah, I'll do it. Put him back in. And he came home one day and said, oh, I'm going to do this. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to be a grandmaster without any hesitation. And I didn't say, oh, but you have this, and this, and you won't have time. I said, oh, okay. All right. So at that moment, I went to get him a chess coach. And he started to elevate and do more and than what his chess coach was able to do for him. And in his wisdom, he said, well, is he a grandmaster? Because I want someone who's a grandmaster to teach me to become a grandmaster, because that is where I'm headed. Now we're talking about, at that time, he had to be 11 or 12. Now he's 13. And we've talked to grandmasters, and they're like, for him to have the rating that he has, he's well on his way, because we no longer had that coach that I had hired, because my son said, honestly, Mom, I don't see the benefit of having him as a coach. I respected that. I pulled back. No more coach, right? And so just talking to different grandmasters. So that was a paradigm shift for me, because I would talk to other people who were parents. And one of the things that they would say is they can't really find out what their kid likes and all of this, that, and the other. And then in the same vein, in the same conversation, they're like, where, are you still homeschooling your son? Because that's something that we're doing too. And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh my gosh, like that is so hard. That is so tough. And I'm just thinking about how we go along with these traditions of how things should go, all of these systems. And I was like, God didn't put us here for these systems. We are so divinely created that when something is in your spirit, and it was never in my spirit to keep my son in school anyway. So when COVID happened and all of that, and everybody was home anyway, he just really never went back. He went back, but then they gave us the option to either be at home or stay at school. And we just left it upon ourselves. And what I realized, and this is all part of a paradigm shift, because sometimes as we're shifting and we're learning and we're on these webinars and we're becoming more advanced, we're leaving behind the very ones who will be there to care for us, right? We're leaving them behind. We're not passing the knowledge down, and we're trying to force them into these situations to say, no, this is how life should be. But everything is changing in the world. So when I started to realize that, and I was just like, I would, and this is before COVID, when he was in school, because we didn't start out homeschooling the whole time, right? He had been and gone to school, traditional schooling, up until about 4th grade. And I remember when my husband and I would travel, and we would go on trips and we would go on cruises, and I'm seeing these kids running around on the cruise, and I'm knowing that my son is in school. So how is it that these other children are on this cruise? So I talked to one of the parents, a few of the parents, and I'm like, how are the kids? They don't have school. And I remember with most of them, the answer was school. Like, no, we don't do that. Like, we don't do school. Your children will get more out of traveling the world than they could ever get being in school. And that was a paradigm shift for me. And I was like, you're absolutely right, because I put myself back in those shoes. And I was one of those kids that felt like, I need to get straight A's. I need to do all the things, check all of the boxes, study hard. And I remember how my body responded. I remember just so many things going on with my gut. I had gut issues as a child, and I didn't connect the two until I became an adult, and I started to unlock my blueprint of intention, and I realized that was the issue. So I was like, you're absolutely right. And I connected the dots, and I connected the two. So we decided that we would do things as a family and travel together. So now our son goes with us on a cruise. And I know for someone out there, you may be thinking, well, that's easy for you to do. That's easy for you to say, but it wasn't always like that. Like, I decided I had to write that down. Like Ramona was saying, that was part of my goal. That was part of my goal that I saw for myself, my family, for my son. So I asked him, I was like, do you want to homeschool? And he was unequivocally, without any hesitation, yes, let's do it. And even now I ask him sometime, I asked him this morning, I was like, you want to go back to school? Just asking him, just testing the temperament, because you're not forced either way. There's no right or wrong. And I remember people saying things like, well, what if he falls behind? And I'm like, behind who? Behind what? let's define some measurements here. Like what are we measuring against? You know, even in the Bible talks against measuring ourselves amongst ourselves. So I'm just like, you know, you have to come with something more clear cut, more clearly defined than that. And here it is, my son is on his way to becoming a grandmaster. Like, this is his goal. This is what he wants. And he studies day in and day out on chess. We go to tournaments, he's winning, and now he's making money because this is part of his design. This is what he wants. This is his desire. So I don't have to say, you know, you have to go and play chess in order to be great. No, he's watching videos. We've watched movies about chess. He knows all of the top chess players. He watches them. It's so many different things when a person is operating in alignment with their own design, with their divine design. You can't go wrong. That's Hubby Bear. Calling out. He should be, he'll be getting on in a second. But it's all part of that human design of your body responding. So I don't have to enforce or say, you need to, your gifts come out of you. Write that down. Your gifts flow out. You come in here equipped. And that's when you think about all of the younger generations. You think about, regardless of how you feel about any of these individuals that I may mention, but this is where the Tiger Woods of the world, the Venus and Serena Williams, this is where you get your Beyoncés of the world. Their parents were like, wait a minute, you have something here. But too many times we see those gifts in our kids and we feel like we have to go according to what the world has told us. We have to stay in the system, and you don't. And if that is something that you desire, you have to start writing that thing down and say, I want to make sure that my family get what they need, whatever that looks like. So while you're being intentional, make sure, and I know it's probably about that time, make sure that you're being intentional and allowing everyone and everything around you to be just intentional. So I'll say this just in case anyone wants to keep in touch, because I do have my book, I have programs, I have all of these different things similar to what Mona is doing, but I do retreats. I mean, I felt like at this point when we were with the government, it was all hands on deck. And I feel like with so many things happening around the world, it is all hands on deck. If you have something to offer. So you can text Kara, Kara, to 26786. To stay in touch, to stay in tune with what I have going on. I'm grateful for Ramona for her amazing community. Continue to stay plugged in with her community, because this is where it's at. She will not steer you wrong. So I love you.
Oh, thank you. Love you too. Oh my goodness. Wow. Packed with value. I hope you guys were taking notes for sure. Wow. Thank you. And thank you for your yes, for always showing up and over delivering as well. So you said 26786, correct?
26786.
Okay, I'm going to put this up on the screen for them right now. So
yes.
Text Kara to 26786, everybody. So thank you, and thank you so much again, yes. Kara, Barrett. Oh, there you go. We have Trellis in the backstage, as well as your hubby just popped in backstage as well. So he was probably calling. I was just getting ready to text him and say, well, we're running just a little bit behind, but he gets to now see and hear Trellis right before he actually closes us out today. So Baroness, Dr. Kara Scott Dentley, everybody, absolutely loved every minute. So thank you, and thank you again for being here.
Happy holidays.
All right, same to you. All righty, bye-bye. Oh, wow, that was absolutely phenomenal, everybody. So we are running just a little bit behind, but that's how it works. That's exactly how it works. And it's perfect timing, actually. Divinely orchestrated so that we can get all of the speakers and all of this value in. So with that said, Trellis Thomas is next. She is a ministry leader. She is a global speaker, international speaker as well. She also has a group of women and girls that she actually coaches also. And she is also a critical care nurse manager as well in nursing, in the nursing field. So she's a servant. She's definitely a servant leader already. Just from that alone, helping, you have to have a heart to help others at that level of care. So we definitely are grateful that she's here as well. So she's going to come up for 20 minutes and speak to you guys And hello, love. How are you? Thank you so much for being here for the entire time. And she just
Absolutely.
I love your flyers as your backdrop as well. Every month it changes, and I absolutely love it. She puts them all over, so I absolutely love it. So thank you, and thank you. So how are you today? Are you ready for the holidays? And we are definitely ready for your next segment. That and Sir Dr. James Dentley is right here behind the stage. Y'all ready?
Yes. Hey, Dr. Dentley.
Ready to go as well. So with that said, we are definitely what. So what do you think so far? You've been here for 2 days in the chat. What do you think so far?
Yes, it's been phenomenal.
Oh,
So
well,
many notes. So many
thank
notes.
you,
Because
thank you.
as leaders, um, you have to be poured into.
Absolutely.
And as you know, and we talk all the time, I'm flowing from overflow, hun. I'm
Right,
not
right.
I'm
Absolutely,
flowing from overflow because those are one of my
absolutely.
words of intentionality for 2026, alongside with
Awesome,
anointing and preparation. So
awesome. I absolutely love anointed preparation and overflow. Those are your words
yes,
of intentionality for
my three
2026.
words of intentionality for 2026. Because
Absolutely love it.
I already started the new year. I started the new year with the Jewish New Year, September
Oh,
23rd. Uh,
okay,
and
okay.
so I'm like 3 months already in almost.
Absolutely, absolutely. There you go.
Yes, because I
Early
start
is late.
asking God for my
On
word.
time is late. There you
Yes,
go.
yes,
Be early.
yes,
There you go. Absolutely love it. So I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you do best, and then I'll come up in about 15 minutes or so and
yes.
wrap it up.
Thank you.
Help you wrap it up, and then we will hear from the phenomenal Baron Sir Dr.
I
James
can't
Dentley. All right.
wait. Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. Go
Oh,
right
this is so good. Hello, 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 global audience. So glad to have the kingdom opportunity to pour into you once again. And I want to talk to you about faith that shifts you into and unlocks God's kingdom favor. Father, we just thank you for this opportunity. We thank you for this glorious day that you have made, December 16, 2025, that we have never seen and we shall never see again. We thank you for the gift of life, the gift of praise, the gift of your word, the gift of your love. May you be glorified as your people are edified. In Jesus' name I pray, amen and amen. And so I always say, in order to operate in a thing, you have to define a thing. And so a shift in the spirit refers to a significant internal transformation, often a fundamental change in one's core beliefs, values, perception of this world, of your world. The paradigm shift is a change in our thinking and involves it adopting new revelations, thought patterns, and processes and ideas, and discarding and ridding your mind. Hear me when I say you ridding your mind and spirit, man or woman, man, of the old ones. And that's biblical because God says in his word, if you when you become a new creature in Christ. So 2 Corinthians 5:17, old things are passed away. And behold, all things are new, meaning your mindset, the way you talk, the way you think, all the what you do, where you go, all things become new. All those old thought patterns, those habits have passed away. And so for me, as we shift into a new year, a new day, failure is not an event. It's an event and not your identity. I'll say that again. Failure is an event. It's not your identity. And so it's not enough to know who you are. It's more importantly to know whose you are. See, when you shift into your new identity, your new assignment, that is a daily thing because the Bible says that we are daily to transform our mind, to renew our mind, to take on the mind of Christ. That's a daily exercise. That's a daily intentional action that you must take. During the paradigm shift, listen, you have to stop waiting on the shift and become the shift. I'm going to say that for the people in the back. You have to stop waiting on the shift and become the shift. You got to lift your eyes and let your spirit rise, because we walk by faith, not by sight. And because we walk by faith and not by sight, listen, leadership, we talked about that. Leadership is not a title. Leadership is a trajectory of alignment, because you can have the degrees, you can have the certifications, and which most of us on here do. We're coaches, we're certified this, we're certified that, but that means nothing if you are not in alignment. I'm going to say that again. You can have more degrees than a thermometer, but that means nothing if you're not in alignment. And so, as we walk by faith and we're in alignment with heaven's design for you, faith is heaven's currency. And when you use it, you access God's kingdom favor that cannot be earned, that cannot be bought, and more importantly, can never be blocked. God is not waiting for you to be perfect. God is waiting for you to believe. I'm going to just let that marinate. God is not waiting for you and I to be perfect. He's waiting for you to only believe. Because the word of God declares without faith, it's impossible to please God. Hebrews 11:6. But with faith, mountains move, doors open, destiny accelerates, and you are stepping into a divine season where your faith becomes momentum. Because faith is the substance of things for, help for, and the evidence of things not seen. Now, we talked about now faith. When you are in alignment with heaven's destiny and design for your life, that is when and only when the paradigm shift happens inwardly so that it can be demonstrated outwardly. Because make no mistake about it, you cannot demonstrate outwardly what you haven't cultivated inwardly. And so God's favor on our life promises to be our covering. His word promises that he blesses the righteous. You surround them with your shield of favor in Psalms 5:12. That means that favor is not behind you, it surrounds you. Everywhere you go, it goes. Everything you touch, he touches, has already touched. Every person and paradigm that you influence, God has already influenced it. So do not look at what you see. Look at what God said. Selah. I'm going to say that again. So do not look at what you see. Focus on what God has said. And faith shifts our vision. It adjusts and shifts our atmospheres, and it positions you for divine appointments. When challenges arise, and they will, because nothing that you do great for God isn't going to come without great opposition. It shifts us to remember that the signs that, or what look like signs of defeat, are platforms for God's glory. How do I know that? Because he says, for all things, which means nothing is left out of all, work together for your good, for my good, to them that love the Lord. This is your moment to trust boldly, to speak boldly, and to step boldly in order to walk into that paradigm shift. The king is not only with you, but he goes before you. His word says that in Deuteronomy 3:18, that he goes before you and he will be with you and he will never leave you or forsake you. To take courage and lift your head, because he's the lifter of our heads, and to activate our faith. You are entering kingdom favor, where divine acceleration replaces delay, where God says yes and overrides every earthly no, and where his promises manifest in ways that you could never imagine. May your faith rise, may your spirit strengthen, and may you walk fully in the favor of heaven that has already been declared over your life. Amen. Here with your spirit, we have to get quiet as God is shifting us. He shifts us into quietness to continue to align us, to continue to guide us, to continue to for us to hear his voice, because you were created to live under God's covering of favor. Favor is not an occasional blessing, it's your kingdom inheritance. And I paused intentionally because you may need to hear it again. Favor is not an occasional blessing, it is your kingdom inheritance. And faith is the key that unlocks it. God is calling you and I higher, higher in faith, higher in expectation, higher in confidence. And those that know me know I decree and declare I walk in confidence. That's one notch above confidence. And when you walk in confidence, you are rest assured and reassured that it's not you, but it's all God. The scripture declares the just shall live by faith in Romans 1:17. Listen, faith is not a moment, it's a lifestyle, it's a posture, and it's a spiritual position. When your faith rises, heaven has to respond. That is what Jesus said in his word in Matthew 9:29. According to your faith, not my faith, honey, I know my faith, and it's on 10,000. It's all the way up in the words of DJ Khaled. According to your faith, let it be unto you. Not according to your circumstances, not according to opposition, not according to what you feel, but according to your faith. Your faith places a demand on the atmosphere around you. It draws in what God has already promised. Again, your faith draws to you and allows you to manifest what God has already promised. It shakes off fear, it breaks limitations, and it silences every lie of the enemy. And as you step deeper into faith, you step deeper into God's kingdom favor, the unearned, the unstoppable, and the undeniable grace of God that is released on your behalf, because his favor lasts a lifetime. The enemy is on limited time. And I'm going to say that again. God's favor lasts a lifetime. The enemy has limited time. And so favor doesn't just mean a seasonal favor or seasonal winning for you. It's a continuous, generational, and God appointed journey and trajectory. Even when you cannot see the way for it, faith is building it. Even when resources look limited, favor is multiplying it. Just as Jesus multiplied those loaves, those 5 loaves and those 2 fishes, God is going to multiply your opportunities, your strength, your provision. Even when people overlook you, favor selects you. Okay? Even when people overlook you, and they will, the favor of God selects you. Remember our brother Joseph, the Lord was with him and he found favor, not only in God's sight, but in the sight of man. Joseph's favor elevating him from the pit to the palace. And the same God that did it for Joseph is elevating you. Even when the enemy attacks, favor delivers you. How do I know that? Because God says in Isaiah 54:17 that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. They may form, but they will never prevail, because favor is your shield, favor is your hedge, favor is your advantage. God is positioning you for divine encounters, divine provision, and divine acceleration. He is placing you in rooms where your name has already gone before you. As I decreed and declared before, the word of God says in Job 22:28, you shall decide a thing. That's where the paradigm shift starts. You have to decide. Then what you're deciding, your mouth has to line up with that. So you can't claim or think kingdom abundance if your mouth is speaking kingdom lack, because there's no lack in the kingdom. It's an oxymoron. So your mind can't think one thing and your mouth say something else. It has to line up. And so as he's placing us in atmospheres and in rooms and on stages that we've never thought, I never dreamed that I'd be speaking for Queen Ramona yet again on this global national platform that is absolutely changes lives for the kingdom and giving God's name all the glory. So he's opening doors that no man can shut. He's releasing blessings that will make you testify that God's goodness, I am a reflection of God's goodness and his grace and his favor. So rise up in faith and speak the word with authority, because he's given us dominion, power, and authority to tread upon every serpent, every scorpion, and over all the power of the enemy. And you got to expect God to meet you. You got to expect his favor to meet you, because your faith and your favor, God's favor, when they collide, that is when manifestation and God's glory is manifested and revealed in each one of us. For you are a child of the King, and kingdom favor is your portion. Walk in it boldly, declare it loudly. It is so, and so it is. Amen. Because please understand, the ones who are last aren't always the loudest in the room. They're the ones who know how to observe, the ones that know how to listen. They learn to have a quiet presence by knowing when to watch, when to wait, and when to build something that lasts and leaves a legacy that outlasts them for generations to come. That's the whole point of why we do what we do. And so when she asked us to say, as Ramona teaches in her incubator program, she asked them to write a declaration. I'm happy and grateful right now, ... You got to fill in the blank. I'm happy and I'm grateful that I'm global, okay? That God has chosen me, that I am his daughter, that I'm building a legacy that the enemy will never be able to erase. I'm happy and grateful right now, because gratitude is the birthing place of miracles and manifestations. So if you don't like what you're seeing, check what you're saying, because you will have what you say. If you want something different, you got to decide to do something different. The paradigm shift begins with you, not me, with you. And when you understand that your faith is
Oh my goodness.
heaven's currency, it's time to go to the bank, heavenly bank, and cash it in.
Woo! Oh my goodness, you took off. I couldn't even keep up with all of the. I was like, oh my God, my page was full. Then I started transferring. You were coming so fast. I had to stop writing to put in what you had already said. I'm like, oh, she just went in today.
and listen, I have people that some of my friends that are listening and some of the women I mentored, I'm like, what did you say?
Really?
Go back and listen to the replay. Go back and listen to I don't know. Because it's all God. All God.
I absolutely love it. Well, let me tell you. You went in, and I absolutely loved everything that you shared. Faith places an atmosphere around you. Faith is heaven's currency. God is waiting for you to believe. Now, there was other sentences and areas and things that prefaced before that, but you don't have to be perfect. God's just waiting for you to believe. Believe that you said it as well, that he can do all. It's his promise. All things, not some things, all things. So I absolutely love that.
His promises are future tense, they're present tense, and they're past tense. They're never going to change.
Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's so much more. Oh my gosh. I have a full page. Failure is just an event. Failure is an event, not your identity. Failure is an event, not your identity. If you go out to an actual event, maybe, I don't know, live music, live jazz music or something. That's an event, right? You don't come home and sulk or have a pity party because you just attended an event, right? This is an event. It's online, right? So hopefully what we see from this event is that you guys are going to now take this information, take this value, and hopefully you always show up with notes anywhere you go, because the note takers are the money makers. So we definitely want to make sure that when you come, you show up ready to get what God has divinely orchestrated you to receive. Absolutely. So that you can now take it to go out and implement.
Yeah. And let me tell you, I'm going to show you, I carry, it doesn't matter what bag I'm carrying, it doesn't matter what purse I'm carrying. I don't know if you can see it, I always have a journal. Always.
Yes.
Those that know me know I love journals. I kid you not, probably about 85 journals, because God tells us to be a ready writer. I don't want to miss what God has said, because if you miss what God says, like that bone that's out of joint, you're out of alignment. And so my prayer is, God, keep me in alignment with you. And when you speak, I don't care if I have to write it on my arm if I don't have my journal with me. As soon as I get back to my journal, I gotta write what you say.
You can wash that off later.
Hello. I can wash those words off later, but the favor of God never washes off.
Absolutely love it. Wow. Thank you for your patience, by the way, as well. There was that one speaker that wasn't available because she was at work and she wasn't sure anyway, but I still wanted to make sure that I saved space for her. Yeah. And so I just went on my soapbox as well and just kind of gave some value. Had a little window.
I loved it. I loved every word of it. And I am a kingdom servant leader.
Well, don't go anywhere.
I am always available to add value to your amazing platform.
Oh, well, we definitely appreciate all of the value that you add. And don't go anywhere, because you're in for another treat, and you already know. And don't forget to text the word Kara, everybody. Kara, did you text that word yet? Did you text the
no, I haven't.
Okay, text the word Kara to 26786. And that was and that was Baron Sir Dr. James Dentley's beautiful wife. That was you heard from the co-founder of Limitless Women, and now you're getting ready to hear from one of the founders of several things, actually. So, excuse me. You can stay on stage while you text that. I'm just getting ready to introduce him, so you can stay on stage, and I'm going to bring him up, and you can be on stage with him for a second before we both get out of his way and let him do what he does best.
Yes,
but I just did it. Okay, awesome. You guys are getting ready to hear from a phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal and pioneer entrepreneur. I call him a pioneer in the entrepreneur space. He's been at it for over 30 plus years, probably 40 plus years, and he will definitely correct me if I'm wrong. However, he is the CEO of Limitless TV. also known prior as JD3 TV. And he is also the founder of Inspired to Speak, a training program for speakers. So I definitely highly encourage all of you to seek this information. Check him out. He is the real deal. And he's also
Absolutely.
the founder of Limitless Women, as well as the director. And that title may have changed now. He'll probably be the owner soon of Lifeway as well.
I want to speak those things that he not as though they were.
He is impacting lives. He is changing people's health around. And through Lifeway, this newer initiative, he has become the director overnight, it seems like, because he has this huge, phenomenal community of people. So I definitely am not going to waste any more time without bringing him up to share with him.
Yes.
Share him with you guys as well. Hello. How are you?
Oh, behave. Behave.
You know we cut up when you come in
But you know God is good, right?
Yes.
all the time.
All the time. Not sometime, all the
That's
time.
right. That's right.
You know, I love when you were talking about faith. And it
Yes.
reminds me of a song that Donnie McClurkin would sing. And the song is I Trust You, Lord.
Yes.
That's good.
And the words in the song say, I know that faith is easy when things are going well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you still believe in me when your life's a living hell?
Oh, wow.
Things around
Wow.
you seem
Yes.
to quickly fade away. There's
That's
just
awesome.
one thing I really want to know.
Amazing.
You better sing, Dr. Dinley.
Sing praises unto the Lord.
That's right. Absolutely amazing. So thank you, sir, for being here. And thank you for your patience as well. Cara came and dropped the mic and did an absolute phenomenal job as
know.
usual.
I know. When you have her, you really don't even need me. I feel like Halle Berry's fourth husband. I don't know why I'm here. I just happy.
No. We definitely still need you as well. And so does she. So thank you for being
I'm just
here.
happy to be here.
All right. Awesome. So we're going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best.
Wow. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for continuing to do your kingdom work, continuously
you.
bringing speakers, but more importantly, information and access to so many people who listen in. And it would be my desire that those who listen to not just this broadcast, but even those they can see in the archives of the past, that you would share that message of hope and opportunity there, because so many voices need to be heard, so many, and you never can tell who's going to impact someone's life. Some of you who are listening, there's someone out there who needs to hear only your voice. They can't hear mine. They can't hear this speaker or that speaker. They're waiting to hear you.
Yes.
And you have to know that your life does matter. As I was listening a moment ago, and I started thinking about, if you read about Neville Goddard's rendition of how he dissects the Bible and even the Quran, he says that you are what you are conscious of being. And the question I would ask is, who are you? Who are you? Is it still Halloween, even though it's December 16th?
Yeah.
Are you still wearing your mask? Are you still pretending? Are you still the actor still on that stage that you have graced? Are you still operating inside the play? Or have you discovered who you really, really are? And have you been able to look at that? And even if there's hurt and there's pain, that on the other side, always remember that when the dry desert ends, the green grass always grows.
Exactly.
And if you would dare to move through the thing that you fear the most, the thing that you believe gives you pain, you'll find your victory on the other side, because you have to be in preparation. Just like an acorn grows into a mighty oak tree, but it doesn't grow if you put it on the kitchen counter.
Absolutely.
It doesn't go there. You have to be planted in the right environment. So, Ramona, I want to let you know that I want to thank you for providing the soil that people can put the seeds of their life to manifest the greatness of their life. Greatness as though they've never seen or even imagined that there's so much more to do. There's so much more inside of every human being. And a time where you see we need it the most, when there's so many things happening with mental health.
Yes.
People are aspiring. But in that, there's always a light.
Absolutely.
Right. And if you look towards the light, like David did when he was in the lion's den, you see the light was hope. The lions were your bills or your relationship that's broken, and the lions would be the illness that you're going through.
Right.
And you look at the light of possibility of hope, that if you have one more day on this planet, it's going to be the most impactful day of your life. You're going to go out with
Wow.
what a party it would be.
That's right.
And like Beyonce said in her song, I was here.
Absolutely.
Loved, I was here.
Absolutely. And then Professor Chris Amalfidon has been moved by your singing. He said, what a voice. He's all the way in the UK. I don't know. It's a god awful hour there now because they're 6 hours ahead, but he's here. He's been here since this morning. And he said, what a voice. He said, what a voice. Keep lifting us up via that song, Hope and Opportunity.
I have 2 presentations for the UK on Friday, one at 10 a.m. Central and one at 12. And I am a 1-star executive director with LifeWave.
Oh, wow.
Going to about 60,000 points in the last 3.5 months. I won the cruise for 2 with the airfare for 2 in my first month and a half. And now I'm 90% there to win the trip to Hawaii for myself and my wife. Airfare. So they those, and I'm taking my whole team with me.
Awesome.
So, the cool thing is that Ramona, I didn't bring a team with me. I didn't bring my community. I always start. I've been in network marketing for 32 years. I always start from the beginning because I don't ask people to do something I'm not doing too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I say follow me. I don't say do it.
Follow. Yes, absolutely.
If you know how to follow, get out my way because I'm coming.
There you go.
So we got a lot of things happening. But before you go, don't leave because I'm gonna say a few words and then I'll close it out for you.
Okay.
But we're launching. I'm launching a biohacking and wellness event March 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Okay.
5th, 6th, and 7th in Chicago.
Okay.
We're doing another in May, another in October. It's going to be absolutely incredible. We're going to have a couple of tables featuring LifeWave there.
Awesome.
In a short period of time, without bringing the team over, we're just about 500 strong in our team.
Wow.
Starting from the ground. So people are having a lot of success very quickly because I don't fool around. If I want to do something, I get it done. I've been doing this for 32 years. I'm one of the best at it. And because I believe in helping people succeed.
Amazing.
I understand your success is somebody else's miracle. So when you take the event and then you put LifeWave on top of it, because this product, do you know they've been trying to get me in this company for 2 years? And I didn't even believe it. Oh, my goodness. And boy, does it work. I'm like, I can dance a jig. But then on top of that, we're launching in March limitlesshealth.tv.
Wow. Awesome.
One of our partners has 60,000 dentists in his database. We're going to be doing television shows for different naturopaths, for people in massage, therapy, stretching, and red light therapy. Right now, they have so much technology. They're regrowing hearts and repairing lung damage. I mean, it's insane.
Wow.
But who would ever thought that we have driverless 18-wheeler trucks on the road 15 years ago?
Exactly. I just saw the flying car yesterday. A flying car. Yeah. I saw that yesterday.
Yeah. So people
incredible.
And it's so funny. People always say, well, what's in it? I say, well, first of all, it's proprietary, but do you take Tylenol or aspirin or Advil? They said, sure. I say, why do you take it? They said, because I want the pain to go away. I said, okay, what's in it?
They can't tell you. I know that for a fact.
Then I throw them a softball. I throw it underhand. I say, okay, I'll give you an easy one. What's in a hot dog?
Oh, there you go. That's another one. Nobody knows, right?
You eat it because you want to be full, because you have a perception that this tastes good and that's what you crave.
Exactly.
Which has no health benefit for you whatsoever.
Incredible.
And then you take all this other stuff that all has side effects. And you have something that's all natural, you want to know what's in it.
Exactly. Wow.
What you really want is the result.
Exactly.
Is the result. And we're focusing on 2 things. Number one, I've already helped about 90 plus people earn between 1 and 20 million.
Awesome.
And it's not about money, it's about expression, because now $1 billion today is like what a millionaire was 10 years ago.
Exactly.
There'll be 5 trillionaires in this country where everybody get it twisted. And it's really a shift of the mindset, because it's so important, because we have to take back our children's lives and understand them. We want to put the kids down and say they're not tough and this and that. Well, you don't have to get beaten all the time to be tough. They just got to be guided. They need more of a mother-father presence as often as they can get. And when they're missing that, then there's also something else that usually comes short most of the time. Because at the end of the day, in your worst time of your life, you never hit rock bottom, only rock foundation.
There you go. Rock foundation. Awesome. There is no rock bottom. Love that.
Yeah, you create that foundation.
that.
No matter what happens, you hit the foundation. And foundations are cool because you can build upon them.
Exactly.
You can build
Exactly.
upon them. You know,
Amazing.
it's like the man's donkey was in the well, and
Uh-huh.
the man's donkey was in the well, and they couldn't get him out. And they said it was a Sabbath, and we can't get the donkey out of the well. We're not going to help you pull this donkey out the well. So the
Uh-huh.
man just got over there and he said, you should go ahead and bury the donkey. So he said, well, I'm not going to let my donkey suffer. So he just started throwing dirt on the donkey. And the dirt hit the donkey and it shook it off. And then he stepped up on the dirt. Then he kept throwing dirt on the donkey. And when the dirt got all on his back, the donkey shook it off his back. And then he patted it down and stepped back up. And he kept throwing dirt in the well, trying to bury the donkey, giving up on the donkey. And the donkey used what was meant to destroy him for something to step, to shake it off and step up. So if you decide to shake it off and step up, and you decide to go out there and walk on that faith to the size of a grain of a mustard seed,
there you go.
Same faith that had you sit down in the chair, and you didn't expect that chair to hit the fall apart and hit the floor, but you had no understanding of the design of the chair, the stress of the chair. You would be surprised if you sat down and your butt hit that floor.
Exactly.
That's what faith is. That's
there
what
you go.
Always is. If you get on an airplane,
Absolutely.
how many people jump on an airplane and don't have an understanding of aerodynamics?
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
There you go.
How many people jump on an airplane and you don't know the pilot every time you get on the plane? You don't know who's flying the plane. You're gonna know who's driving the car. You're not gonna get anybody, it's a stranger, but you want to know, but you just get on that plane with anybody.
Right.
So why do you do that? And if you look at the window at 35,000 feet, you can't really tell if that plane taking you where you said you wanted to go.
Exactly.
That's what faith is, something we operate in every single day. But when challenges come, then we want to become self-reliant and we want to crumble us like a cookie.
Exactly.
So I suggest we learn to become inner directed, to choose joy every single day, no matter what, because in the worst of days, be grateful. I looked at a television program the other day, and a woman lost her son to gun violence.
Okay.
And she was still uplifting, and oh my goodness, and I can't blame a person for going through what they go through.
Right.
But
right.
To become emotionally intelligent means that you have to be able to drive in a different way, because no matter what, he lost that child. That child is not coming back.
Exactly.
You can celebrate that fact that child was here. You can be an advocate to other children. You can say those are your children too, whether they call it that name or not.
Right.
But you can do that. There's another path for you that can bring power in the situation that were meant to break you and destroy you, that you can find the power to make a difference in the name of that child, in the name of that son, in the name of that parent, that you can make a choice.
Absolutely.
And if you live your life in gratitude, there's a song called Gratefulness.
Yes.
And if it's flowing, if you learn to just choose gratefulness and just talk to those people, because guess what? The day we were born, we were destined to leave here one day.
Absolutely.
So it's never how did one die, it's how did one live. Never what did one gain, but what did one give. You see, Ramona, these are the merits that will measure the worth of every man and every woman from the time of their birth.
Wow.
Never what was their station, but had their heart, and how did they choose to play their God-given part.
Absolutely.
We live in a world where the one thing we control is how we respond and what's happening inside of us.
Absolutely.
And if we don't control that, then all is lost. So make the choice to operate on your faith and be who you are conscious of being, because that's who's going to show up. If you're conscious of being a victim, then you're going to be more victim is going to come to you, because when you plant those seeds in the soil of your mind, the soil doesn't care what you plant.
Exactly.
The soil will manifest and grow whatever you choose to plant.
Absolutely.
So if you want good things and great things, you got to plant them in the right place, and you got to nurture them the right way and feed those things you want, and not feed the fear and the fright, because after all, fear doesn't really exist.
Absolutely.
It's just a chemical reaction in your body, just something that's strange. Sometimes telling you to move forward, because the worst that can happen is that somebody doesn't make it. Well, somebody's not going to make it every single day.
Exactly.
So we can't choose all the time. We can, but sometimes you don't choose how we're going to leave here, but we can. But we don't even choose how we're going to stay here.
Absolutely. Oh, that was good.
So remember that you are a mountain. You are a mountain mover. You're a difference maker. You are a dragon slayer, and you're a giant killer. You're a problem solver. And the bigger the problems, the more you get paid. You can create your own lot in life. You can create your own economy in life. You can create all of these things. You know, just like I know you have some other people online that are part of LifeWave. It's very incredible. But you know what? There's enough here for everybody.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, it depends on number
Sure
one,
is.
who you're going to roll with and what they know what they're doing and the support.
Right.
Two, if there is no support, you got to become the support.
Exactly.
You
There you
can't
go.
do it playing small because somebody had to start everything.
So true.
When you decide you want to climb Mount Entrepreneur, okay? Hey,
Climb out entrepreneur. I
some
love it.
people talk about climbing the mountain and then they talk themselves out of it, never get in the car and leave the cubicle.
Right, right,
Others get in the car and it starts raining and they turn around. Others
right.
get to the foot of the mountain and have an argument between the two of them and they turn around and can't deal with it. I don't want to go up that mountain with you. And turn around. And then there's others, as soon as they start to climb and there's a little rock slide, a few rocks and pebbles fall
Right.
down, hit them on the head and
Right.
discourage them and they go back. And then they go back to their roots. They want a place safe where nothing grows, where
Exactly.
nothing is created, where they don't give you trophies.
Exactly.
And there is no award ceremony said to play it safe.
Exactly.
They get awards for people who get out in the limb where the fruit is at. But people who do something extraordinary, average people
Right.
doing
Right.
above average things because they chose to do what is hard and makes life seem to everybody else so easy. And you think you can't do it because you have to be willing to do the tough stuff.
Exactly.
You got to be willing to be part of the crock pot to become something different. So when you're with Royal Influencers,
Yes.
if you have that opportunity to get into the crock pot and take a mixture of all the information that you're getting, all the spirit you're giving, all the praise and worship that you're getting, a little bit of spirituality, a little bit of technology, a little bit of holistic healing, a little bit of intellectual thinking, a little bit of emotional intelligence, a little bit of personal development, and you mix it up. And if you mix it up right, you got to beat it sometimes. Sometimes you got to beat it and get the lumps out because some of y'all got some lumps in your life. And you got to beat the lumps up out of there, man. We got to keep it. You want it tomorrow. We're not going to have cake tomorrow. We're going to beat the lumps out of that batter. And then we got to pour it in the pan. And then we got to butter the pan so it don't stick to the pan. So you all over the place. And then we got to put you in the oven, and it's hot. It's uncomfortable in that oven. And then outside the oven, nobody can jump around or you may fall. You're delicate stuff in that oven. You're delicate when you're almost there. You're scared to lose it all just because somebody's jumping around you because proximity will affect your outcomes in your journey as well. And then you got to pull out, then you got to cool. You want to go out there, you just want to be eaten right. You want to be you served right away, but then you got to cool. You got to build your constitution back. You got to come down and become to the texture that's needed for you to go operate in the world, to take life to a different level and impact the lives of others. And then when people slice into it when it's nice and warm. And they say, this is the best cake I've ever had.
That's right.
You learn how to bake that cake. It doesn't matter what kitchen that you're in. So remember to follow your dreams wherever they lead. And never, ever get distracted by less worthy deeds. Remember to shelter them and nourish them and help them to grow. Let your heart hold them down deep where dreams go. Follow your dreams, pursue them with haste. Remember that your life is too precious and it's too fleeting to waste. So be faithful and be loyal in all your days through. The dreams you follow will always come true. If you're interested in becoming a world-class speaker or learning how to communicate even stronger and better, we have 2 courses that we offer. One is 4 days virtual, 4 days live, and a year worth of follow-up. The other is 2 days. That's for somebody who's an educator, or they're a salesperson, or maybe they're a teacher, or maybe a coach, and they don't want to learn how to speak for a living, but they know maybe they're in corporate America, or that if they heighten the level of their communication, they heighten the level of their life, even internal communication. Then you can go right to my wife's site and text Kara at 26786. Use the same one, Kara, Kara, at 26786. I know we got many people represent LifeWave. If you want to roll with our team, I'm really interested. I don't particularly care where you are, but you have to have a millionaire mindset and be coachable because we've taught it already and we've been through it. I've been doing this for 32 years.
Amazing.
January 18th will be my 31st year retirement from the job.
Wow.
January 13th. Yep.
Wow.
1995, January 13th, I retired and then back and made tens of millions of dollars doing it. So, and it's not going to be the money that's going to surprise you. It's going to be the relationships. And that's going to be your truest form of wealth. Because there's something. Oh, one more thing. Now we have a medical line of holistic products, peptides, and products for weight loss and products for acne.
Really?
We got a whole new line that lances January 1st. We've aligned ourselves with a national pharmacist, and they're licensed in 50 states as a pharmacy. They have doctors on that you can access on the online, and right there, and we can offer opportunities for people in the medical or the health space to have other healthy natural products that they can market on top of the LifeWave stuff. So my gift is showing you, looking at what you're doing and showing you how to expand it if you're ready.
Okay.
You want to listen. And then you follow your heart. If your heart says do it, don't let anybody stop you. If your heart tells you not to do it, then walk away. Because the thinker thinks and the prover proves. So
Love it.
Is coming.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Wow. 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 That was absolutely phenomenal. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day.
Yeah, if I'd have known earlier, I would have prepared something, but I
know. No worries.
Go. I pray and I just
and there you go. There you go. That was absolutely phenomenal. Are you kidding me? And we still have, oh, there it is right there. I put it on the screen. Bella said amen.
Hey, Bella.
And Bella has worked for the last 5 mayors in Atlanta.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, she works for the mayor's office.
Yeah,
so she's been in the mayor's office for quite some time.
The gentleman that got me in network marketing is Keisha Adams' cousin, and I remember I think she was just starting in politics when I met her back in '94.
Oh wow! Okay,
he got me into the industry. He was the gentleman that opened up for people who look like me in LifeWave.
Oh wow!
He had stage 4 stomach cancer. They gave him 3 months to live. He used the patches. He lived 3 more years. And he didn't tell anybody he was sick except for his 2 sons, which one's my godchild, and his wife. I didn't know he was sick until the night he transitioned. He didn't look sick until the 30 days. His sister didn't even know before 30 days. But he was a shining example of a person that didn't complain. He's going through chemo. He's puking in the bucket. He's got oxygen.
And told no one.
Business. And that is the way I want to teach people to live.
Amazing. And Caroline Boyd is in the house, everybody. Caroline Boyd said thank you. And she's giving you, she's giving you your flowers. Said thank you as well.
Well, I'm here for a lot of different reasons.
Doing phenomenal things. I think she has a beautiful ranch with beautiful horses that I see all over the place.
Where is she? I got 3 horses. I've never seen them. They're in Atlanta.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah, we got 3 horses.
I'll have to connect you. I'll have to connect you with Caroline.
Okay, great. They need a home. I think I'm still feeding
Oh,
them.
wow. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, my. And you've never seen them. Oh, my goodness.
They're in the ranch in Atlanta. A friend of mine.
Oh, my goodness.
Kids ride them therapy and stuff like that.
So you hear that, Caroline? Caroline has been here for 2 days as well.
All right, thank you, Caroline. Bum, bum, bum.
Yes. Absolutely love it. So thank you, and thank you again, sir. Darren, Dr. James Bentley, everybody. Thank you.
Executive Director.
Yes, I wrote that down.
Oh yeah.
1 star Executive Director. I wrote that down.
Yeah, I'm coming to Atlanta. They want me to come back on the 20-something in January to speak.
Oh, awesome. Okay. So is that an event? An actual event?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, awesome. Okay. So awesome. So I'll definitely be there. Won't miss it.
All right. Thank you.
I'll assure you of that. Well, thank you, and thank you again. Enjoy the rest of your day as well as your week.
And you as well, my friend. I hope that everybody's doing well in your family as well. We keep you in our prayers.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Okay. Bye-bye. Wow. Thank you so much, Caroline, for being here. Thank you for purchasing your ticket as well. And we want to thank Justin Hughes as well. He went VIP, as well as Minnie Mouse, they call her. Is her avatar. And that's Danielle Stevens, always goes VIP as well. So we want to thank every single one of you. Bella, Linda Rigby. Thank you, and thank you. Brand new grandmother, as well as always a chat warrior, comes in and be so supportive, always so supportive. We also want to thank Trellis Thomas for that phenomenal segment she did. But not only that, she's here for the 2 full days. She was here when we kicked it off on yesterday for day 1, and she is still here right now in the backstage. I see her profile. She is still in the backstage right now as we speak. Thank you to every single one of the speakers. Bobby Vincent, thank you. We also had Araya McGarry today, Emmy Award winner and on the Emmy Board of Governors, as well as she teaches pickleball as well as she is now launching her live podcast. And she also has the Get Celebritized podcast as well. And we also heard from Megan DiMartino. Also, she opens with us anyway. And we also heard from Angeline Moore today as well. And with her beautiful baby, Jeremiah, and who was here last time too. And he was very good on both times, actually. And so he's used to having his mom all to himself. So when his mom switches her attention, I can definitely see that he said, wait a second, you should be talking to me. And then on day one, we also kicked it off with, we had Jose Elizondo of Fast Lane Tools. And I'm going to be putting out an email blast, by the way, for all of these speakers and all of their offers. And if you're still here, text Cara to 26786, I want to say. In fact, I will confirm that. Yep, 26786. Text the word Cara to 26786. And if you are wanting to be a better speaker, get some speaker training, long-term or short-term, reach out to James, Sir, Dr. Baron Dentley, and he has the Inspired to Speak speaking training program as well. If you want to be a part of LifeWave, you heard him. He has built an enormous team, and he is a one-star executive director as well. So with that said, we also heard from Carolyn Bell, great friend of mine, over 40-year friendship. We actually started as co-workers. She was my regional director, and I was her regional manager. We won national awards, also won Educator of the Year under her tutelage as well. So I have a little private chat here in that order. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm just seeing some of the messages that people were typing in the private chat. That's for the speakers. So with that said, we also want to thank any and everyone else who have supported us in some way, shape, or form. Those of you on YouTube, those of you on LinkedIn, we had LinkedIn users chiming in. No name or photo, but they were chiming in, sharing how much value they were getting as well. So we definitely are forever thankful for every single one of you right here on those of you on Facebook as well. Thank you. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule and busy day during the holiday season, mind you, to show up and hang out and receive all of this value that every single one of the speakers have shared with us. I have notes all around me. I come in with the intention of learning something from everyone. And when you have that intention set, that's exactly what's going to happen. So I want to say thank you, and thank you to every single one of you again for everything that you have done and are doing. And I believe in every single one of you. So if you struggle with something like believing in yourself, then borrow my belief in you, because I definitely believe in you. So, you're quite welcome. Bella said, thank you, Queen. You are quite welcome, Bella. And Bella, give us a little feedback on what you also got out of the 2 days, because you were here for basically both days as well. Maybe not for the full day on yesterday, but you were definitely here all day today for sure. So I know that you had your plate full as well. And thank you so much, and happy holidays to each and every one of you as well. You guys inspired me to post up this. I was getting ready to move over into my other workspace, and I said, you know what? It's the holidays, and I just threw my decorations out. So let me go ahead and do it from right over here, right in front of my decorated fireplace behind me. So thank you, and thank you so much to each and every one of you, and happy holidays, and see you on the next one in 2026. Can you believe that? Wow. See you guys in 2026. Where we should be live. The Royal Influencers Organization should be live at that point in time in 2026. And a lot of other fires or stones in the fire. So there are several other events that are coming up as well. So I might be tapping some of you guys to either be speakers. I know Caroline has said, hey, I'll work at your event for you and support you if you like. So I said, absolutely. So we even have people opting in to help out already and all sorts of things. So we are forever grateful for every single one of you. So thank you, and thank you again. And it was fantastic. Many, many nuggets. Thank you so much, Bella, for the feedback. So with that said, bye-bye, guys.